state legislators and members of Congress who now want the FBI to investigate. They want an independent investigation. Certainly the chief of police here, his name is Peter Arredondo. He spoke in the hours after the shooting, giving a statement, but we have not heard from him since. He wasn't at this press conference. I asked why he wasn't here. They didn't give any reason. I also asked the FBI if this is something, the reaction to this shooting, the tactics that were used here, if that was something they were going to investigate. They don't have jurisdiction right now. They are serving, as you know, Pam, in these situations, they serve as an assistant. They offer assistance. They try to help with whatever resources the local needs, and that's what they do here, and that's what they're continuing to do. But clearly, the families are going to want this, and the legislators and the community members are going to want some answers, and people are calling for an independent investigation.
Shimon Prokupez in Uvalde, Texas. Excellent reporting. Thank you, Shimon. Joining me now to discuss the CNN law enforcement analyst and former Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone. So, Michael, the commander on the scene decided this was no longer an active shooter situation, despite the gunman being inside that room, kids still being alive and calling 911, and sounds of sporadic gunfire. Your reaction?
As someone who is trained and actually trained other officers in the active shooter protocol, an active shooter remains an active shooter until the threat is neutralized. Police officers' primary responsibility is the preservation of life, and in this particular circumstance, that required the taking of the suspect's life. So I think, like the director said earlier today in the press conference, the wrong decision was made.
And we don't know how many lives that cost, right? Because we don't know if some of the kids bled out, or if some of the kids were killed later on during that hour. I mean, there were 9 911 calls coming in. Walk us through what should have happened exactly. I mean, we have some of the details, right, that there were 19 officers in the hallway. The gunman was in that classroom, the adjoined classroom. What should have happened?
Well, first, I think it's important to understand an active shooter is a threat classification. The tactics that are utilized to neutralize that threat have changed dramatically since I first started as a police officer, and now they require only a singular officer on the scene, and their job is to pursue that threat, to identify that threat, and to neutralize the threat, and not to stop until they've done so. Even if they are receiving fire, I mean, unfortunately, it's not a job for everyone, but that is the job.
That's what it requires in that moment. Do you think the commander, this chief of police, should turn in his badge?
I'd say, emotions are high, and I certainly understand. I mean, I'm a parent myself. I have 3 children who are elementary school age. It's important that we wait until the completion of the incident report and understand exactly what was going through the incident commander's mind at the time, what he or she and the other officers were seeing and experiencing on the ground before we pass judgment. But ultimately, I think if it's shown that that he was at fault, absolutely, I think termination is a potential, probably a reasonable outcome.
All right. Well, I do want to ask you one more question before we let you go. At one point, the commander on the scene reportedly decided they needed more men and more gear to breach the classroom, but the Department of Public Safety now says there weren't any barricades. The door was just locked. There was a window on the door, apparently, too, from one of the witness accounts. Surely police have the tools and the training, though, to break down a door that's locked instead of having to wait for a janitor to bring the key.
Well, first and foremost, I would say that resources available to varying departments, including the training necessary to perform under stress. I mean, that does vary from department to department. But knowing what we know now, I don't need any special training to get into a locked room where an individual is killing children. I'll figure out a way to accomplish that task, period.
Michael Fanone, thank you.
Thank you.
The missteps by police, the victims, so young in age. How do we process so much pain? And what do we tell our own children? We're to get some expert advice up next. Plus, Donald Trump will be speaking soon as the NRA convention meets in Texas. The tone we're already hearing as the event begins just a few hours drive from Uvalde.
To defend ourselves, our communities, and our loved ones with our Second Amendment right to bear arms. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Your Executive Director of the NRA Institute for Legislative Action, Jason Weemay.
Tiffany Lamp.
It's the drag performer.
Indeed. Mike Kersey, thank you very much. There's still so much we don't know, and we don't want to finger point here and take advantage of situations here. But for parents of those who lost their children and relatives who lost teachers, the growing question is, could this have been minimized or even prevented? There's so much, again, we'll probably never get an adequate handle on. One thing is very, very clear. Communication broke down, and it was a widespread breakdown. And right now, that is something likely. Reporters are set to ask Governor Greg Abbott when he addresses the nation in less than 15 minutes. Stay with us.
To the relationship between the community and law enforcement here, and I think that is the next step as we expand this story and look into what this investigation brings. But this community is asking those questions as to why it was the law enforcement did not act. I have heard of parents, we have seen the videos, standing outside the school. There is a video posted to Facebook at 11:54 a.m., a full hour before the shooter was neutralized, of someone showing up outside the school, parents gathering, begging officers to go inside as they were cordoning off the area. They all see it as a complete and utter failure. And by the way, they didn't even realize there was a SWAT team solely dedicated to combating shooting situations like this in schools. There have been numerous people coming to me and say, we need something specialized. We need a specialized group that is dedicated to handling school shooter situations. And I said, you have one. And they said, we do. And I said, you do. They want answers. And they know that these families need this for whatever type of, solace that they can get from knowing what the last 45 minutes of their children's lives was like, the last hour of what their children's lives was like, to help them get through this unspeakable tragedy. But yeah, they feel like this is a complete and utter failure of the police department. I'll say this one other thing. We're in Texas, Nicole, right? And we're going to be having this conversation, and now is the conversation to have it about guns. And we know that Texas, there are a lot of guns in Texas and a lot of gun owners in Texas. And every person I talk to, and I've been talking to a lot of people over the last 24 hours, they're all gun owners. They own a lot of guns. And I say that to them, first question out. I know you own a lot of guns. I know this is Texas. Should an 18-year-old be able to buy 1,600 magazines? Should an 18-year-old be able to buy an AR, a military assault-style weapon? And every single one of them, gun owners, people who like to shoot, who sometimes do it for fun, said no. This is not right. Something has to change. But they don't have the faith that something will. And I think one of the most difficult things is the way in which all of this, Nicole, has been communicated over the last couple of days, right? The misleading, quote unquote, facts they have been telling us that turned out to be absolutely wrong. That there was a school resource officer here, there wasn't. That there was 12 minutes between when he crashed when he entered the school. It's now 5. That all of these 911 calls were coming in as 19 officers stood outside. All of those things have been corrected and changed, there is less and less trust that they are going to get the truth, even if the truth eventually comes out, even if there's an admission of not compliance or sheriff not acting appropriately. I don't think anyone's going to trust anything that's coming out of this police department at this point.
Yasmin, I know you have some reporting to do before you come back and spend some more time with us. We're going to let you go do that. Thank you so much for your reporting on the scene. I want to add to our conversation my colleague, Ken Delanian. Ken, you have, since the earliest hours of this massacre, been trying to piece together and separate out fact from fiction. A big admission today that in hindsight, this was not an appropriate response. The words are like fingers on a chalkboard. I mean, babies died. 2 teachers died. One of the teachers' husband had a heart attack since losing his wife. Let me show you what may be the most revealing explanation, maybe. This is from the Texas Department of Public Safety spokesman, Chris Olivares, who says officers didn't enter the building because they could have been shot.
Right. The active shooter situation, you want to stop the killing, you want to preserve life, but also one thing that, of course, the American people need to understand is that officers are making entry into this building. They do not know where the gunman is. They are hearing gunshots. They are receiving gunshots. At that point, if they proceeded any further, not knowing where this suspect was at, they could have been shot. They could have been killed. And at that point, that gunman would have the opportunity to kill other people inside that school.
Ken, explain what he's saying there. And just as a baseline, what are you supposed to do if you're with 19 other officers and there are small children and 2 teachers inside with a gunman? What are you supposed to do?
Police doctrine calls for you to go in immediately with whatever force you have in an active shooter situation, even if it's 2 or 3 officers, let alone 19. And I think that was an incredibly revealing comment now by this DPS spokesperson who wasn't there and who was basing it, of course, on interviews and maybe speaking with officers. But this is the suspicion, actually, that people have right now, is that it really wasn't about whether it was a barricaded hostage situation or an active shooter situation. It was about officers that didn't want to go in to face an AR-15. Now, I think, we need to wait for the evidence on that. But based on those comments, I think it's a reasonable question to ask. And I also just want to underscore a point Frank made, which I thought was the second most shocking revelation of this news conference. The most shocking stuff was the 911 calls. I was yelling at my television. I could not believe that there were that many 911 calls. And by the way, we know of one 911 call from a little girl who was later killed. Her grandmother talked about that. But the second most shocking revelation was that the on-scene commander was the chief of the school district police force, a 6-person police force. When outside the school and then later inside the school were very experienced federal agents and police officers from other jurisdictions, people with tactical experience, people with military experience. Why this, and his name, by the way, is Pete Arredondo, according to the website of the school district police agency and some other sources. And why he was allowed to be in charge of this entire scene is mystifying. And there's also a real question about when the Border Patrol agents, those BORTAC, those tactical SWAT team people, decided to ultimately go in an hour later and breach that door with a ballistic shield and kill the shooter. Did they do that on their own initiative, or did the orders finally change? We don't know the answer to that question, but it's an interesting question, and it underscores the sort of the really questionable nature of that decision. I mean, at one point, Steve McCraw, the DPS director, said that on-scene commander determined that children were not at risk. Children were not at risk when 911 calls were coming in, when gunshots were ringing out. It's inexplicable, Nicole.
Frank, I want to bring you back in. I do want to bring in some more new reporting. This is also from the New York Times. It says, an abandoned haircut, a shotgun, and a plan, how one Border Patrol agent got his daughter and others out. Jacob Alvarado had just sat down for a haircut when he got a text message from his wife, Trisha, a 4th grade teacher at Robb Elementary School. There's an active shooter, she said in a message. Help, and then I love you. Mr. Alvarado, an off-duty Border Patrol officer, ran out of the barbershop and sped to the school. His wife and the children she taught were hiding under desks and behind curtains. Their daughter, a second grader at Robb, was locked in a bathroom, she said. Mr. Alvarado quickly made a plan with other officers at the scene, evacuate as many children as possible, armed with a shotgun that his barber loaned him. Mr. Alvarado said he led his colleagues toward the wing of the school that housed his daughter's classroom. 2 officers provided cover, guns drawn, he said, and 2 others guided the children out on the sidewalk. They brought out dozens of kids and their teachers, he said, many of whom emerged screaming. Frank, I don't know what I don't know about law enforcement, but I do know that this was not part of anyone's command and control. This was an off-duty Border Patrol officer getting a haircut, and thank God his wife texted him, and he brought her and his daughter and others to safety. But what was the plan? Who was in charge of making those kids safe, absent the guy at the barbershop borrowing his barber's gun?
Yeah, I don't fault that Border Patrol agent at all. I probably would have done the same thing, and he saved. Yeah, he saved lives, but it raises the larger issue. If he was able and willing to do that, and then we hear from the New York Times reporting that you cited earlier that Border Patrol writ large was ready and willing and imploring that they go in, then we've got a situation where, again, it comes back to that on-scene commander making an awful call. And I hope we are not talking about turf and jurisdiction issues at this kind of time. I am so tired throughout my career of turf and I'm in charge and this is my turf, and but I fear that's where we are, and people seeded that. Apparently, we don't know the story of how dynamic and robust the discussion was in those hallways or outside the school about who was in charge and why they couldn't go in. But this gets to whether or not the most qualified person is part of the plan to be in charge. And it should have nothing to do with turf or jurisdiction. But I'm afraid that's where we may be. And thank God that federal agents happen to be in this area because it's relatively close to the border and there's a presence there. Can you imagine if there had not been that presence there?
No.
This could have been even worse.
That's a nightmare. I mean, it's already a nightmare, but that's how it gets worse. Ken Delanian, thank you so much for your reporting. Wave an arm if you come up with anything else in the next hour and a half. Frank sticks around. Texas Governor Greg Abbott will be holding a news conference in a few minutes from Uvalde. We'll bring you that when it starts, and we'll fact check it and respond to it immediately after if that's necessary. But right when we come back, less than 300 miles away from Uvalde, the NRA is gathering for its annual meeting, along with those gun owners and politicians. Protesters have been there in huge numbers. We'll talk about what those protesters are up against and how the nation can fight back and demand change that we know large swaths, large majorities of Americans want. Before we take our first break, though, this afternoon, we want to continue an effort we've been trying to make all week to step back from tragedy and the investigation and recenter our coverage around honoring and celebrating the lives lived by the victims in this tragedy in Texas. McKenna Lee Elrod is one of those innocent, beautiful souls. Such a sweetheart. She used to write notes to her family and then hide them so that they could be a little surprised, found and read later. Her aunt describes her to ABC News as a light to all who knew her, a natural leader who made friends wherever she went. Softball, gymnastics, dancing, singing. McKenna loved all of it, and she cherished the moment she had with her dad, driving to the ranch, feeding the animals, riding on the Ranger. So that is how we'll remember her too. And then there's Mighty Elena Rodriguez. Her mother had so many words for her, as all of us moms do. Focused, competitive, smart, bright, beautiful, happy. She wanted to be a marine biologist, and she wanted to study at Texas A&M University. We do not have any doubt that she would have accomplished her goal there and everywhere. The Associated Press reports this in her final hours. Mighty was publicly recognized at an honor roll ceremony. Such a brilliant and bright future. All of our worlds are a little dimmer without her. We will be right back.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis.
Listen, America is struggling right now, and there are those who want to change our foundational way of life. And then there are those of us who value the gift that we were given by the founders of this great republic. The test of time has proven that this greatest experiment in human history, called the United States of America, is truly the only government that guarantees an individual's liberties and freedoms. Now, our hearts are broken at the tragedy that we saw this week here in Texas. And as a mother and a grandmother, I can't even imagine what the families of those dear children and those teachers are going through. I hope that you are all lifting them up in prayer. And sadly, it's not the first time that we've experienced this type of grief. I think all of us here today and across the country never want to see anything like this ever happen again. But we have very many difficult questions that we have to answer today. This isn't the time for grandstanding. It's not the time for shouting or division. This is the time to be honest, to work together to protect the future for our children and our grandchildren. To truly decide where we are going as a country, we need to reflect on our history and look back at where we've been. Here are some of those questions. Why was the Second Amendment even created? Does it still hold value today? Why is it okay for some to have guns and others not? Why do we protect our banks, our stores, and celebrities with armed guards but not our children? Are they not truly our greatest treasure? Much, much more valuable than material things? If we limit the average citizen from having a firearm, will that keep those who choose to ignore the law from accessing one as well? Listen, I don't have all the answers for you today, but I do want to share with you why I believe the Second Amendment may be the most important of our Bill of Rights. Now, the Second Amendment is sacred to me and to our family. It always has been. And able to understand why it's so important to us, you need to know a little bit about me personally. Growing up on a farm in South Dakota, guns were just a fact of life for my family. My dad was a farmer and a rancher, a real-life cowboy who worked harder than anybody I had ever known. He was tough as rawhide. He lived a life of integrity, and he expected his children to embrace those ideals. Of course, this also applied to our firearms. Owning guns wasn't a political thing for us. Like most American families, we rarely discussed government or politics around the table. On our ranch, our politics were lived, not talked about. We knew we had freedom and we had personal responsibility, but we also knew that we needed to use both to make our corner of the world a better place to serve other people. It wasn't complicated. Before I was old enough to get my own hunting license, I used to follow my grandmother when she was out bird hunting. And yes, in South Dakota, even our grandmas are armed. Now, my dad, he preferred big game hunting. And from a young age, my siblings and I, we went with him. We had guns hanging in the back window of every pickup. Our gun cabinet was proudly displayed in our living room. Firearms were woven into the fabric of our day. We grew up educated about guns and hunting. And as much as I love hunting, the Second Amendment isn't about any of that. The Second Amendment is about deterrence. It's about ensuring government respects the rights and the liberty of citizens. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Those 27 words are freedom's last line of defense. The founders understood deeply that without an armed citizenry, authentic freedom could not and would not survive. Now, how did they know this? What were their circumstances? What did they know about human nature and the temptation to seize power? Did they know how fragile freedom could be? What were they drawing on? Well, number one, they were drawing on their own experience. The founders knew that the country would have never survived the Revolutionary War if the colonists hadn't owned their own weapons. Look at Boston in 1775. 11,000 expertly trained British soldiers occupied the city, and George Washington's ragtag army of Continentals surrounded them. His American volunteers carried only their personal muskets. They used these to hold the British at bay until a 25-year-old bookseller named Henry Knox could retrieve 60 tons of artillery and move it more than 300 miles to help. In the meantime, the Continentals challenged the infantry of the British Empire with the same firearms that they used to hunt squirrels and deer and to feed their families.
Sometimes for many years. One thing I must emphasize, and that is we are going through short-term challenges right now. The reality is many of the challenges will be long-term challenges. Texas stands with Uvalde for the long term in helping every single person in this community be able to piece their lives back together, to heal as much as they possibly can. We will be here as long as it takes. Among other things, and I know that there have already been some offerings to ensure that cost of funerals will be taken care of. During the course of the meeting, there was an anonymous donor who attended the meeting and provided $175,000 to ensure that every cost of every family concerning anything about the funeral services is going to be taken care of. We appreciate that anonymous donor for his generosity, and we will ensure that those resources get into the right hands to make sure that no family who is suffering from incalculable heartbreak at this time will have to worry about a single cost with regard to anything concerning this travesty. Now, in addition to that, there are all kinds of needs as well as all kinds of services. One of the needs is need for mental health care. And we have an abundance of mental health care services that we are going to be able to provide. That includes state and private providers that will be providing mental health assistance to anyone in the community who needs it. And when I say anyone, that means the totality of anybody who lives in this community. We believe that you would benefit from mental health care services. Those mental health care services are free. We just want you to ask for them. The way that you can ask for them, whether it be today, tomorrow, next month, or next year, is this number: 888-690-0799. Mental health care can be reached by calling 888-690-0799. That helpline will be answered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whenever you need it. In addition to that, I am announcing the establishment of the One Star Foundation Fund to assist with ongoing challenges that would be faced by the victims of this crime. To put this into perspective, to help you understand how this works, we opened up a fund like this in the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey to assist all of the thousands of victims of Hurricane Harvey and received millions of dollars in support that went to those who faced challenges because of Hurricane Harvey. The exact same thing applies here. Right here is the address. It's onestarfoundation.org. onestarfoundation.org. To be more precise, if you go to onestarfoundation.org/Uvalde, you make a contribution at that site that is already a pre-registered 501c3 organization, provide a donation to that site. There is no overhead cost. 100% of the money that you donate is going to be going directly to victims of this horrible crime to help them with their lives. One of the pre-designated donation sites that it would be going to is the Robb School Memorial Fund. So again, the onestarfoundation.org.Uvalde. Well, you can do your part to help out the people in this community that are suffering in incalculable ways. In addition to that, we have set up a central headquarters for Victim Assistance Services at the Family Assistance Center located at the Uvalde County Fairplex. As we'll discuss probably here momentarily, there may be a relocation of that site, and we will keep everybody fully informed about where the relocation site will be. Every family impacted by the shooting has been assigned an advocate to help them with their needs. Among other things, there will be airfare, for example, whether it be through American Airlines, United Airlines, or JetBlue Airlines, that will provide victims' families with flights free of charge so that they can get here and be with their family members. The Family Assistance Center will cover the travel and lodging costs of families who have lost loved ones. Healthcare costs of families impacted by this tragedy will also be covered by Texas insurance companies and donations from private citizens. The Texas Housing and Community Affairs, for example, they have a fund to pay for needed supplies right now, whether it be food or gas or other essential needs. And that money is available right now as we speak. Also, at the Family Assistance Center, the Health and Human Services Commission, who you'll be hearing from more here in a second, they will assist families in finding health and human benefit programs. Staff from the Texas Department of Insurance, the Teachers Retirement System, the Employees Retirement System will provide access to benefits, including workers' compensation. Staff from the Texas Workforce Commission are available to get families child care and unemployment benefits. And state staff are available to provide assistance to business owners impacted by this tragedy. Healing the broken hearts, it's going to take a long time. But through the generosity of our fellow Texans and the good works of neighbors helping neighbors, we can begin to stitch back together the fabric of Uvalde. Helping us to do that is the leader of Uvalde himself, and that is the mayor of Uvalde, who I would like to ask to speak at this time.
Governor, I'd like to thank you for bringing all these state agencies here and the services you've offered our community, our citizens, because these families are going to need this help, not just today, but in the long term, as you mentioned. So for that, Governor, I appreciate it. And you know, all I can say is I've seen you these last 2 days and the compassion and that you felt along with these families, and that I really admire it. I thank you. And like I said, and we appreciate everybody from all over the world and the country that has sent messages of encouragement and so forth. I mean, our hearts are broken here in Uvalde. It's a very, I mean, you know, nobody ever wants to have to go through this, especially as a mayor. I never thought this was something I would have to go through. My heart's broken for these families. But the one good thing about our community is Uvalde is a strong community. I think if some of you reporters have been here a while enough, you'll see that there's a lot of unity in our community. And it will take some time, but we will get over this, and Uvalde will come back stronger and better than ever. So God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And someone who has been actively engaged in helping the victims of crime already and will remain engaged all the way through is the District Attorney, Christina Mitchell.
Thank you, Governor, for being here. And we want to thank everybody that's reached out to us in Uvalde from across the state, from across the country, and across the world. We greatly appreciate all the support and kind words and prayers and assistance that has been sent to us. And like the mayor said, here in Uvalde County, we are down-to-earth people, we are salt-of-the-earth people, and we are a family. And like a family, we're going to get through this together with each other and for each other, and we're asking everybody across the world to continue to support us. So I, the District Attorney, along with the FBI Victims Assistance people, the DPS Victim Assistance people, the Attorney General's Office, we have set up a Family Assistance Center at the Uvalde County Fairplex here in Uvalde. And at that center, it's a one-stop shop for all the victims. And we say victims, we mean everybody that was associated with Robb Elementary School. And when you come there, you're going to meet with a counselor, you're going to meet with all the services that the state has to offer, funeral services, Blue Cross Blue Shield, the Mexican consulate is there, the Red Cross is there, and we're there to provide all the services any family may need. And if you need something that's not there, then let me know and we will find it for you. And that's going to be open and continue until June the 1st. We are open from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. There's also food there and a play center for children. And please come and see us. Any victims, anybody that needs help, please come there. It's a resource for everybody. There's also a victim services center at the Civic Center that's run by the school district, and that's for anybody affected in the school district, and they have that services there. So we thank everybody. We appreciate your support, and please keep our victims in your prayers, these families of the deceased children and school teachers, and keep us strong. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'm going to call up 7 leaders of seven different state agencies to give you a very brief explanation of what their particular agency does. There are more than 7 that are involved in this process.
And when his men finally came up over the rise, they saw that the Confederate position was empty, that they had deserted.
I'm Cecily Young, and I'm the Executive Commissioner at the Health and Human Services Commission. We do Medicaid, CHIP, and SNAP, and we have eligibility assistance available at the Family Assistance Center, and we'll continue to have eligibility assistance available on an ongoing basis once we move into the next phase of this. Additionally, as the governor mentioned, we have an 888 number. It's for mental health services. It's 888-690-0799. This is run by Hill Country Local Mental Health Authority. So it is local. It is a 24-hour, 7 days. It is a 24-hour, 7 days a week call center that is able to connect people with services, counseling, medication, counseling services, and telepsychiatry services. And they will be able to ensure that anyone in the community that calls in will be connected to other available mental health services. So it is a way to triage, again, to try to make it as easy as possible for the members of the community.
Thank you. Next is the Texas.
Good afternoon. I'm Cassie Brown. I serve as the Commissioner of Insurance for the Texas Department of Insurance. TDI is here to ensure that insurance companies are appropriately and quickly handling claims. What our department does is oversee the health insurance as well as the workers' compensation insurance claims. So if you are going to, if you're a private sector employee, if you're a public sector employee, those employed by the school district or those first responders, they're going to have workers' compensation coverage. Private sector employees should check with their employer to see if they carry workers' comp. Workers' comp covers mental illness and PTSD, so please make sure that you are taking advantage of that benefit. Staff available at the Fairplex Center to help you start the process for processing your workers' compensation claims and to explain all the benefits that are available to you under the system. Thank you.
Thank you. And now from the Teachers Retirement System, Brian Guthrie.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Guthrie. I'm the Executive Director of the Teacher Retirement System of Texas. We are here today to not only help the families of the 2 teachers who tragically lost their lives and provide them the benefits that they are due, but also to help all the employees of not only this school district, but all the surrounding school districts to make sure that they have access to mental health and behavioral health services. We also recognize that not all the employees of these districts are members of our system and are for our health care program, but we want to thank our partners, Blue Cross Blue Shield and Teladoc, for extending those benefits to everyone.
Tyler Thoman conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle near West Melbourne, Florida. During this routine stop, things went drastically wrong when one of the individuals in the vehicle produced a stolen firearm and began to fire at Tyler and the other deputies. The suspect in this case was a career criminal with over 40 previous arrests, including 23 violent felonies, was out on bond for 2 felony drug charges, and had 2 felony warrants outstanding when the incident occurred. Deputy Tyler Thoman exhibited exceptional bravery and courage while facing the armed violence.
It doesn't matter if it's hour 1 or hour 8.
Commission, Ed Cerna.
My name is Ed Cerna. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Workforce Commission. The Workforce Commission has a local presence on Main Street in our local Workforce Development Office, and through that office we'll provide child care services for not only the families of the victims, but also anyone who is associated in the school or first responders. We'll also look to protect any TANF or SNAP benefits that an individual is receiving, so that they don't lose those benefits because they're unable to work or to continue their training. We'll also assist with anyone needing priority concerning unemployment insurance or businesses that need assistance during this time. We're available locally, so please, and we're also out at the Assistance Center as well. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. And now the head of the TDHCA.
Good afternoon. I'm Bobby Wilkinson. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. We have a very flexible pot of grant funding that we're funding our local partner, the Community Council of South Central Texas. They have a field office here. They're at the Family Assistance Center. They're already passing out grocery and gas cards. They can help with lodging expenses, even some extended family. Maybe your grandma or someone's here and she needs help with gas, with lodging, etc. It's very flexible, and we're looking forward to helping as many people as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. And last is...
We're looking forward to helping as many people as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. And last is the head of the Texas Education Agency, Mike Morath.
Thank you. TEA has been working in close coordination with the school system. I want to say thank you publicly to Hal Harrell for your leadership and for the work that all of our educators have done. The agency provides support directly in the form of grant funds. We have offered supplemental counseling services. Those counseling services have been provided really around the clock since this began, and we'll continue to provide support as the school district prepares its responses for both summer and this fall.
Thank you. So once again, whether it be the services you heard about, or there are many more that we talked about earlier, providing briefing to local officials, the state of Texas has robust resources to ensure that these families who have been devastated by this horrific crime, as well as the entire community, we will be able to help them with any and all of their needs. I cannot overemphasize enough that everybody, students, teachers, law enforcement, everybody in this community, please avail yourself of absolutely free mental health care. It'll pay off in the long run. With that, I'll be happy to take a few questions. Go ahead. Sure. So, after these events, independent. I'll directly.
19 families in Uvalde who lost their little boys and their little girls. 2 families of teachers who aren't here with us anymore. None of us will ever truly understand the manifest evil that devastated Uvalde on that day. The entire state, the entire country is horrified and grieving. And it is an evil that has happened too many damn times. In the last several years especially, Texas has repeatedly seen the face of evil. Repeatedly. I've been on the ground after these tragedies, one after another. I was in Dallas in 2016, in Sutherland Springs in 2017, in Santa Fe in 2018, in El Paso and Midland, Odessa in 2019, and now Uvalde. Each time was the picture of horror. If children are the picture of innocence, then the lunatics and the monsters like this one, the one who would deliberately murder children, they are the picture of evil. Many of us in this room are mothers and fathers. What happened in Uvalde is the ultimate nightmare for every parent. The anguish of those families right now is unimaginable. The very worst pain on earth. All of us in Texas need to come together and comfort those families right now. We need to love them, embrace them, and take care of them. Having visited communities over and over again struck by the darkest evil, there's another consistent pattern that I've seen. Repeatedly, despite the darkness, I've seen love and compassion and heroism and strength in these communities. You see heroes, men and women from all walks of life, of every color and creed, pastors and lay people coming together and standing as one. No matter the horror, our state's response to each act of evil, to each challenge, has always been one of unity and strength and resilience. Uvalde is strong.
Turned out in part to be inaccurate. And I'm absolutely livid about that. And here's my expectation. My expectation is that the law enforcement leaders that are leading the investigations, which includes the Texas Rangers and the FBI, they get to the bottom of every fact with absolute certainty. There are people who deserve answers the most, and those are the families whose lives have been destroyed. They need answers that are accurate, and it is inexcusable that they may have suffered from any inaccurate information whatsoever. And it is imperative that the leaders of the investigations about exactly what happened get down to the very second of exactly what happened with 100% accuracy and explain it to the public, but most importantly, to the victims who've been devastated.
Would you support a ban of 18 years old buying AR-15s over?
He had a backup question, and I'm coming to you next.
Sort of
my expectation is that as we speak and every minute going forward, law enforcement is going to earn the trust of the public by doing exactly what they're supposed to do from this point on, and that is making sure that they thoroughly, exhaustively investigate exactly what happened and explain to you and the public and the victims of the crime exactly what happened. I told this guy I was coming to him next.
We're going to call a special session to deal with this, specifically the issue of gun violence. Both Republicans are joining Democrats and asking for one. And is there going to be any specific legislation come out of that? For example, will you roll back in gun ownership and gun usage, such as the so-called constitutional carry? That's a big issue for a lot of people.
Sure.
We feel like that man should never have had a gun to start with.
Well, let me answer your second question first, and then I'll answer your first question. So in your second question, you talked about the rollback of any of the legislation that I signed this past session. Let's be clear about one thing. None of the laws that I signed this past session had any intersection with this crime at all. No law that I signed allowed him to get a gun, the gun that he did get. And so, again, there was nothing about the laws from this past session that has any relevancy to the crime that occurred here. With regard to special session, let me just say this, and that is, first of all options are on the table. Second, most importantly, to your point, do we expect laws to come out of this devastating crime? The answer is absolutely yes. And there will be laws in multiple different subject areas. For example, I do fully expect to have every law that we pass in the aftermath of the Santa Fe shooting to be completely revisited. And first, we need to gain the information about exactly what happened at the school to find out the extent to which those laws were complied with, to the extent that they were not complied with, to find out what shortcomings allowed this travesty to occur. Then second, we need to have a discussion and pass laws to make sure that our schools are safer. And the people of Uvalde, but the people of Texas deserve that. Second, as I was discussing 2 days ago, you can expect robust discussion, and my hope is laws passed that I will sign addressing healthcare in this state. There is an array of healthcare issues that we face as a state in general, but there are an array of healthcare issues that relate to those who commit gun crimes in particular. Those need to be addressed, whether it be the healthcare issues that I talked publicly here with the mayor about 2 days ago, and that would affect the community in general, or whether it be laws that address the challenges that are now surfacing that this killer had in his life that lead to someone doing what he did. And then there will be all other kinds of issues. But there will be committees formed, there will be meetings held, there will be proposals that will be derived, many of which will lead to laws that will be passed in the state of Texas. Because let me make one thing perfectly clear. The status quo is unacceptable. This crime is unacceptable. We're not going to be here and talking about it and do nothing about it. We will be looking for the best laws that we can get passed to make our communities and schools safer.
Proposed or passed. We had an ATF source tell us today that you could spend $100 billion on mental health care, but without universal background checks, it's worthless. Somebody gets through, somebody will kill again. And really, how do you plan to stop a thing like this from happening again? Can you?
Let's be clear about a couple of things that show that these background checks, if everyone wants to seize upon a particular strategy and just assume, well, that's the golden strategy right there. Look at what happened in the Santa Fe shooting. A background check had no relevancy whatsoever because the killer took the gun from his parent. Look at what happened in the shooting in Sutherland Springs. There was a background check that was done. It was done in a flawed way that allowed the killer to get a gun. And so anyone who suggests, well, maybe we should focus on background checks as opposed to mental health, I suggest to you is mistaken. If there's anybody here who thinks we have perfect health care in this country, in this world, they're wrong. If there's anybody who thinks that we can't do more to address mental health care, they're wrong. They can. We can. And we're going to. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
We know that many of these who seek to commit the most heinous crimes, they're isolated from human contact. They're living a virtual life in the absence of community and faith and love. None of that excuses their heinous acts. None of that reduces the evil of their deeds. But these are questions we have to answer if we want to rescue our country. I ask these cultural questions because mere technocratic solutions, the acts of legislators or of government regulators, will not alone solve what ails us. And those who proclaim that it will are not telling you the truth. They are demagoguing for political gain. Now, some may be naive enough to confuse their virtue signaling with real solutions. But most are engaged in the most cynical kind of politics. They say, as President Obama did this week, quote, "It is long past time for action, any kind of action. Do something," they demand. And here, perhaps to the surprise of some, I emphatically agree. There have been too damn many of these killings, and we must act decisively to stop them.
See that, please. Amen.
Well, and we
very confused.
Think about
one of the top 10 warmest and driest on record across our region. In fact, Sioux Falls had its third warmest and third driest on record. And of course, last summer overall was a really warm one. And depending on where you were, it was either slightly drier or slightly.
Their so-called solutions wouldn't have stopped these mass.
A century and a half, 18-year-olds could buy rifles, and we didn't have school shootings. But we do now. Maybe we're focusing our attention on the wrong thing, and we're focusing it on.
I'm not doing a political. My colleagues are asking for a special session. You're getting a letter tomorrow. I'm going to talk to the Senate. Letter tomorrow. I'm going to talk to the Senate Democratic Caucus. We've asked for gun control changes. I'm asking you now to bring this back in 3 weeks. I apologize for interrupting your press conference about the needs of this community. I've been here for 3 days with all of these elected officials. This county judge has worked his ass off. The mayors and city council people. I don't know how to express the loss of the families that I've talked to. And I know you feel too have to do something, man. Your own colleagues are telling me, calling me, telling me an 18-year-old should have a gun. This is enough. Call us back, man. Just call.
Next question.
Governor, was the chief
Speak up.
On that earlier question about the Uvalde Consolidated School District, Chief Pete Arredondo, are you specifically investigating him, and what is the status of his employment? Has he been stood down under investigation?
Sure. Can I was unable to hear the first part of your question. Would you restate it?
On the school's police chief, Pete Arredondo, the gentleman who stopped police going in earlier, is he specifically under investigation, and what is the status of his employment? Has he been stood down pending investigation? What is the situation?
Okay, so every act by every official involved in this entire process is under the investigation conducted both by the Texas Rangers and by the FBI. Every act of all of those officials will be known and identified and explained to the public. But I cannot overemphasize enough, we need to get that information to the families of all these victims who deserve to know the most.
As I said before this started, we're going to jump out and provide fact-checking when that's needed and context when that is what's needed. And I want to provide a little bit of context for the gentleman who stood up to Governor Abbott's right there inside this press conference. We believe it was Democratic State Senator Roland Gutierrez who called for a special session. He and others have pressed this governor of a state in which 19 third and fourth graders were slaughtered by a weapon that Governor Abbott doesn't believe should be illegal, in a process that Governor Abbott doesn't think should be illegal, without a background check that Governor Abbott doesn't think is necessary. Governor Abbott's solution for making sure that the slaughter at Uvalde doesn't happen again is mental health services. And again, he slashed $211 million from the state's mental health services, and the state of Texas comes in 50th in terms of the access to mental health care that it provides to its citizens. So that's where we are.
You've just been listening to a press conference by Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, who talked about being livid at the fact that he says he was misled by the officers and about the officers' response to the Uvalde shooting. And we heard him talk about his investigation by the Texas Rangers and the FBI. As soon as that information is gotten, they will give the information to the families about the result of that investigation. He also talked about what strategies, what best practices have to be employed, what mistakes, if any, were made here. He was very strong in his opinion that they should have eliminated the killer and rescued the children. And in response to a question about 18-year-olds being allowed to get a long gun or a rifle, the governor was very clear that in Texas, for the last century and a half, 18-year-olds have been able to get long guns. And it's only in the last decade or so that we've been hearing about school shootings. So I guess that, Greg, I'll start with you. We've got a livid governor, justifiably livid, as I think everyone at this table is tonight, with the fact that we have been misled as to what the facts were.
Well, I think the important thing he said was, and it's something that I said yesterday, is we only get to the scene of the story after it happens, and we should address every variable, every step that gets you to that crime, whether it is mental illness, schools, family, red flags. The fact that he said that this is a new thing in a decade and a half, that kind of points you in the direction of where the answers are. Why are these things happening more and more in this kind of society? Is it something that has to do with not simply the availability of guns, because they have been available, it's social media, it's a decline in education, it's a breakdown of the family. But these are a lot of things that we don't want to talk about because we've avoided these problems for so long. We've avoided these problems for 50 years. I think you could say, you know, the governor is livid, and you could say, well, maybe the police were incompetent, or they were afraid, or they were adherent to a doctrine that prevented improvising. But that is not my place. That's his place. And that is the place for the investigators.
Background check. If Grassley-Cruz had passed, if the Democrats hadn't filibustered it, then the DOJ audit would have presumably caught his felony conviction. And the Gun Crimes Task Force would have prosecuted him for the felony of lying on the background check form. That would have meant that that monster would have been sitting in a federal prison instead of murdering 26 innocent people in that beautiful sanctuary. To this day, I don't know if any reporter has asked even a single Democrat why they filibustered bipartisan gun violence legislation that could have made a real difference saving lives. So what about Uvalde? Well, part of Grassley-Cruz was $300 million to upgrade school security, because we've seen a tragic pattern repeat. When I sat down with the families at Santa Fe, we discussed how that monster had entered through an unlocked back door, how he'd been able to make it to a classroom unimpeded and murder innocent children. We also know that there are best practices at federal buildings and courthouses where, for security reasons, they limit the means of entry to one entrance. Schools, likewise, should have a single point of entry.
They report to him. It runs through the state. So presumably it would have been people in that agency. Keep in mind, Jim, right, just 2 days ago, I was outside the high school where the governor was giving the briefing, and sitting next to him was Steve McCraw, the head of the DPS here, who also then said that there was a public safety officer here, the school police officer. That doesn't turn out to be the case. So still a lot of questions, Jim.
All right, you're on standby. I want to bring in CNN's Ed Lavandera, who's just coming out of the news conference. Ed, I saw you in the room there. What stood out to you? The governor was very defensive, didn't have a lot of answers.
No, and as you heard, insisting that he was misled, but before he made his comments on Wednesday, that in his words, that the shooting would have been a lot worse because of the actions that law enforcement took that day, and that the officers showed amazing courage running toward the gunfire. And obviously, to some extent, that might be true, but by and large, what we have heard today after the news of 19 police officers inside the hallway of that school as the gunman was still inside the classroom as children were calling 911. You know, all of those facts that we have learned today kind of fly in the face of what the governor said on Wednesday. And he insists that he was livid and misled. There was also some opportunity. The superintendent of the school district here in Uvalde was also inside. The mayor, he was asked toward the end, I'm not sure if it was clear for everybody listening at home, he was asked about the future of the police chief here in this city. And it's not exactly clear whether or not the mayor is going to take any action in terms of asking for the resignation of the police chief or call for the resignation of the police chief at the school district. So kind of stunning. And I, after the press conference, Jim, I went up to both the mayor and the superintendent to try to ask those questions again about the fate of those two police chiefs here in Uvalde. They walked away without answering or continuing to answer any of the questions that we had. So it's not clear where that stands here at this point, Jim, but this comes on a day where we have learned just some dramatically emotional stories of what exactly unfolded inside that school.
It was a wrong decision, period. There's no excuse for that.
The director of the Texas Department of Public Safety makes a stunning admission that police were wrong in waiting to go in and eliminate an active shooter after he'd started killing students and teachers.
Texas embraces active shooter training, active shooter certification, and that doctrine requires officers, we don't care what agency you're from, you don't have to have a leader on the scene. Every officer lines up, stacks up, goes and finds where those rounds are being fired at and keeps shooting until the subject is dead, period.
The decision to back down from an active shooter was, according to officials, made by the school district's chief of police.
The incident commander at the time was, it's believed that in fact it was a barricaded subject, that we had time, there was no kids at risk.
The admission comes after he laid out the timeline that day. At 11:27 a.m., a teacher, he said, had propped open a door to go outside and grab her cell phone. Then the gunman fired shots at two people near the school grounds.
There was multiple shots fired at the school at 11:32. At 11:33, the suspect began shooting into room 111 or 112. He shot more than 100 rounds based on the audio evidence. At 11:35, 3 police officers entered the same door as the suspect entered. All 3 of those police officers worked for the Uvalde Police Department. The 3 initial police officers that arrived went directly to the door, and 2 received grazing wounds at that time from the suspect while the door was closed. At 11:37, there was more gunfire. Another 16 rounds was fired, one at 11:37 and 16 seconds, 11:38, 11:40, 11:44. At 11:51, a police sergeant and USB agents started to arrive. At 12:03, officers continued to arrive in the hallway.
Gunfire continued while agents were still in the hallway, but they didn't go in the classroom until a janitor brought the keys.
Though both of the classrooms that he shot into were locked when officers arrived. They killed the suspect.
Second grader Edward Silva was in his classroom when the shooting started.
At first they sounded like something was popping. Kind of like fireworks.
Just after 12 o'clock, the 911 calls began from a child inside the classroom where shots were fired.
She identified herself and whispered, she's in room 112. At 12:10, she called back, and room 12 advised her multiple dead. 12:13, again, she called on the phone. Again at 12:16, she called back and said there was 8 to 9 students alive. At 12:21, you could hear over the 911 call that 3 shots were fired. At 12:36, 911 call, it lasted for 21 seconds. The initial caller called back, student, child, called back, was told to stay on the line and be very quiet. She told 911 that he shot the door. At approximately 12:43 and 12:47, she asked 911 to please send the police now.
11-year-old Mia Cerrillo was inside the classroom with the gunman.
Mia got some blood and put it on herself, but she couldn't pretend that she was dead.
While the community mourns those killed, law enforcement says they are now looking at all the missed warning signs.
Ramos asked his sister to help him buy a gun. She flatly refused. That was in September of 21. On March 1st of 2022, there was an Instagram he had with 4 people. It was a chat. He discussed him buying a gun. Ramos replied, just bought something, RN. On March 14th, and there was an Instagram posting by the subject, in quotations, 10 more days. A user replied, are you going to shoot up school or something? The subject replied, no, and stop asking dumb questions and you'll see.
The shooter bought 2 AR-15 style rifles and a trove of ammunition.
He had purchased and had a total of 1,657 total rounds of ammunition. 315 of those rounds were inside the school.
His mother is now responding to questions about her son.
I have no words. I have no words to say. I don't know what he was thinking. He had his reasons for doing what he did, and please don't judge him.
And Jim, you know what really makes a lot of this so much more dramatic here in the last 3 days and the way these stories have changed. And you have to remember here in this community, law enforcement agencies are some of the largest employers. Many of these families that are victims of all of this have family members, friends who work in the law enforcement community. Many of the families that we've spoken to over the course of the last day, these are people who wanted to believe what they were being told early on. And so these changes is also very hard for them to comprehend and to understand. Jim?
Absolutely devastating. All right, Ed Lavandera, thank you very much. Let's get more analysis from CNN crime and justice correspondent Shimon Prokupecz alongside CNN.
Those loved ones, all those friends, neighbors who are suffering. You know, I'm reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln when he said to Mrs. Bixby, who had lost 5 sons in war, how weak and fruitless any words of his must be to try to comfort her. And it's the same here.
State senator on Fox and Friends this morning talking about frustration, or it might have been the mayor, I believe it was the mayor, talking about frustration. If they need certain types of resources, say guidance counselors or mental health counselors for students, they have to go to San Antonio. They have to go to places 20, 30, 50 miles away. These are all things that have to be addressed. And just back to the security of the school, from my understanding, it was an awards day. And that's why security was lax as far as entering and exiting the facility.
Morning, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, common sense says you bring in more officers. You ask for more physical persons.
Yep. And the crazy part about it, Shannon, is that apparently 2 months before, they had active shooter training in that school district for the lower school, the elementary, middle school, and high school.
Yeah, and there was a posting on Facebook at some point that the Uvalde SWAT team had gone around to local businesses and schools and didn't want people to be afraid. Say, you're going to see us in our full gear. We're coming so we can learn the layouts of these places. So if something like this happens, we're ready to go. That's the number one question I have, is why the Uvalde SWAT team was not there. By all the accounts we've heard so far in these press conferences, they were not a factor. If they were in that community, had the ballistics protection equipment and everything that they needed, and they had done drills and they had checked out these schools specifically for this, that's my number one question. I hope the governor will get the answer to, where was that SWAT team? Why did it have to be a border patrol team that showed up that ultimately, and they were even held off for a while, that had to force their way in?
You know, I may be wrong, Shannon, but my understanding is when one of the school teachers called her husband, who was at a barber shop, wasn't he a border guy? He borrowed a rifle. It wasn't even his. From the barber shop, went in himself and shot.
No, he got his dog. He's got his wife and his son out.
Got his kids out. So why did he get in? And yet we've got 21 people, as I think. We've got 19 cops in the hallway from 1203 to 1250, Greg. 19 cops. Kids are bleeding out while that is happening.
Well, you know, I admit, you know, when I hear about a terrible tragedy, like for me, for the longest time, it was Flight 93. And you always run through your head, you don't have to do this, Joey, because you're in the military, you've been in these situations. But, like, you know, I'm in my head asking me, like, what would I do? What would I do at the Bataclan or at the Pulse nightclub if I was there? You think that you will react one way, but you don't know. I'd like to think I would do amazing things, and I would charge in there and kill the killer and rescue people, but you don't know what happens to your brain, even if you're being trained for this. So, I mean, we're coming down pretty hard on law enforcement, and maybe they deserve it. But then again, we're not the experts here. So I would just urge people. Like, we don't even know what's the difference. How do you know the difference between an active shooter situation and barricading situation as we're criticizing that?
Well, if you're still always gives me so much anxiety, but
Welcome to Tarkeen.
We see signs, and we know what just happened a few days ago in Texas. There are signs, and you have to treat them seriously.
We do have a statement from the school. The school released a statement saying that it doesn't tolerate this type of behavior, that they acted immediately, that discipline is being handed down. They say there's more to this story that can't be released because of privacy laws.
Right.
But as you say, the family contacted the school multiple times beforehand, right?
Well, I have screenshots, so maybe that's the stuff that...
And hear me when I say this, leftist politicians in Washington, D.C. We need to make as much of an investment protecting our children as the American people do in protecting you. You spare no expense buying every weapon known to man, buying every metal detector known to man, every modern convenience. You have it at your disposal to protect you behind the walls that you live in. But you are bound and determined to leave our children defenseless. And now you are bound and determined to leave the law-abiding patriotic citizens of this nation unarmed and defenseless. Well, I'm here to tell you right now, get your pencils out, lick them, and get ready to write this down. It is not going to happen. We are not going to go off into that good night without standing up for our rights. It's time for the law-abiding American patriot in this nation.
I mean, the reason you get to 85% of Americans is because, I mean, that includes a whole lot of gun owners. Texas is outside the mainstream, even of gun owner views on safe gun ownership and use. And again, on voter suppression, something you and I talked about almost daily. You have gerrymandering, you have overt disenfranchisement. What breaks the cycle? What breaks the GOP hold on a state that is obviously being failed by Republicans?
You know, that is the million-dollar question, right? We have an opportunity. We have Beto O'Rourke, who is running. We have someone who absolutely cares. You know, the last time that Beto was really out front as it relates to guns was when there was the terrible mass shooting that we saw in El Paso. And this was our first legislative session since El Paso. And I had colleagues that stood before the entire House, and they were in tears telling the stories of their constituents that lost their lives in the El Paso shooting as we were trying to fight against House Bill 1927. That fell on deaf ears. All they wanted was what we called red meat to take back so that they could hopefully win their primaries. They didn't care about the backlash. They didn't care about the potential of losing lives. And they definitely never thought about these children. And this is also the party that says we back the blue. Well, let me tell you, every single law enforcement agency in the state of Texas that decided to weigh in on this bill said this is dangerous. We do not want you to do this. Do not give everyone guns. And so what people don't understand is that normally you have to have a license to carry in the state of Texas. As of September, you didn't have to have a license. And I want to be clear, I am a licensed gun owner, okay? So I am not anti-guns. But the idea that we're not going to be smart about this and make sure that law enforcement has the tools that they need available to them. Normally, they would be able to walk up to someone and say, hey, do you have a license for that? They can't do that under the current circumstances because you're not required to have a license. And so it fails everyone. It not only fails the communities, but it's failing law enforcement that they claim to love so much.
Shannon, I know that's part of where you've sort of migrated all the messaging around gun safety activism. And Shannon, if you can sort of talk the way you teach people to talk about gun safety, the movement, and about making it about the future and bringing gun owners into it, tell me what that messaging sounds like.
Yeah, we aren't against the Second Amendment. There are 400 million guns in this country. Many of our volunteers are gun owners or their partners are gun owners. This is simply about restoring the responsibilities that should go along with gun rights. These are responsibilities the vast majority of gun owners support. Only 1 in 10 even belongs to the NRA. They support these common sense gun laws that are proven by data to save lives, right? The data's in. If you live in a state with strong gun laws, you are less likely to die. If you live in states with weak gun laws, you are more likely to die. This is intuitive. And yet we have lawmakers who are beholden to really not even the NRA anymore, but more this ideology, right? It's totemic. It's sort of a cultural signal now, an organizing principle, a fundraising tool. And it's become this way to energize the base. And so we're essentially allowing gun lobbyists, gun extremists to write our gun laws. These
elected officials who refuse to move and do the right thing, but instead take the easy way out. If any way out, it needs to be them out of office. And we need to replace them with some law-abiding folks that are going to stand up for us. So guys, don't be weary in well-doing, and do not be afraid to stand up for what's right. Because what we're standing up for indeed is right. Stand strong, stand brave, stand proud. Do not back down, and never forget, shall not be infringed. That is our motto, and that's what we will fight for. God bless you all. God bless Texas. God bless.
Wearorange.org. We will connect you to an event near you. And then electorally, the election is just 164 days away. I know November seems like a lifetime, but it is not. And if these lawmakers don't act, they know we're going to hold them accountable. And so if you want to know where your lawmakers stand on this issue, go to gunsensevoter.org.
Charlie, I want to come back to you on that last point that Shannon makes. I mean, this is an election where the Republican Party will have self-identified as doing nothing. What this shooter did was he turned 18 and he bought an AR-15 2 days after his birthday. 2 days later, so 4 days after his 18th birthday, he bought a second AR-15 style rifle and enough ammo to thrive in the Donbass for a couple days. That is something that the GOP has greenlit. Abbott says nothing should change. Everything the shooter did is who we are. That is who the GOP is. When does that get attached to every Republican elected official in America?
Well, as we're having this conversation, I'm having a couple of flashbacks, including to sitting on set with you, Nicole, right around the time of the Parkland shooting and talking about, now this issue is on the ballot. Will it make a difference? I remember the immediate reaction to Sandy Hook and whether that would have electoral consequences. And I guess, part of the real, again, sad part about all of this is that a nation that was not shocked into fundamental action by the slaughter of the innocents in Sandy Hook is unlikely to be shocked into action this time around. I mean, yes, this is a crucial issue. It is on the ballot. The Republican Party has shown itself to be completely unwilling to buck the NRA. I think that they actually could. But I'm not going to blow smoke and say that this time it's going to be different, because it hasn't been different in the past. And I think that, these stories, I don't know what it's going to take. I honestly don't. I've asked myself this many times. Do we need to see pictures of the innocents? Do we need to see it more graphically? What does it take to make this country say that human life is sacred? For all of these people that are saying that the Second Amendment is sacred, or running around with big signs saying, Jesus, guns, and babies, and claiming to be pro-life. How can you be pro-life and not be shocked to your absolute core when something like this happens? Who in America can't sit right now and think, that could have been my child? That could have been my grandchild. How would I feel? What would I be willing to do if I could prevent that? What would I be willing to support if I could make it less likely, if we could stop the next school shooting? I don't know the answer to that, but we have to keep talking about it. We have to keep telling these stories.
just amazing, heartfelt. It's like family.
Shingles. Poor nations, the crisis is causing scarcity and hunger. Russia and Ukraine are usually some of the world's biggest exporters of grain.
This is Russia, who is actively blocking the export of food from Ukrainian ports and is increasing world hunger.
Now, Russia has made a proposal to allow the U.S. to export in exchange for lifting the sanctions. That proposal comes as sources say Russian troops are depopulating parts of eastern Ukraine. Despite such atrocities, some at the World Economic Forum this week saying it's getting harder and harder to stand united. Officials from G7 nations have announced new efforts to end greenhouse gas emissions from their power sectors by 2035. The announcement makes it highly unlikely that those countries will burn coal for electricity beyond that date. Officials also announced a target to have a highly decarbonized road sector by 2030, meaning that zero-emission vehicles would dominate the sales by the end of this decade. Well, let's get another check of the weather with meteorologist Tyler Roney. And Tyler, a beautiful day today, but as we've been saying, you're going to want to have that First Alert weather app close by for the weekend.
Absolutely, Scott, because not only do we have one chance of severe weather, we have multiple chances throughout really the entire holiday weekend. I mean, we're talking about even tonight in western South Dakota, everywhere else, Saturday, Sunday, even on Memorial Day, Monday too. But today it's beautiful, and the good thing is that it's not humid outside. It is warmer. All of us are back in the 80s, and we are starting to see some clouds building back in, but no rain yet. That's going to kind of hold off until later on tonight.
Professional can help you build a complete financial plan.
iLab ensures our training partners uphold their labor commitments.
America's family physicians.
And we want. I'm a homebody. Can never have too many pillows.
It can help relieve the stress and anxiety of unexpected breakdown.
If it ain't broke, see for yourself.
So high, and people are hurting, and this is a global issue. So what can he do? So you can exhort the oil and gas industry to increase supply. I wish they would do it faster so that you can bring those prices down. And it tells us that that's why you have to, at the same time, accelerate our movement to clean energy. You can walk and chew gum. You can do both.
Okay, so let's start there. Judge, you're a little bit fired up today, so let's channel some of that energy. The secretary says oil and gas, they got to start producing more. They all say we would like to. You guys have so regulated us that we can't do it. I don't know where the truth is.
Wait a minute. She's the same one who said, but that I had a magic wand. Remember that one?
I do.
Okay, here's the bottom line. They're celebrating the fact that gas is so high. They think everybody's going to buy an electric car. They don't realize that we can't afford electric cars. Senior citizens will never be able to afford an electric car. So they're crushing the middle class. And as far as they're concerned, it's nothing for them to worry about because they've got the deals that, you know, China.
Leader in motion sickness relief. Take Dramamine. Take control. And with Dramamine Ginger Chews, get great tasting, effective nausea relief.
Is an avid car collector, but these days he's extremely busy as the host of You Bet Your Life. NewsNation's Nancy Liu joins us live from the production lot in LA. Nancy.
Assault weapon in Uvalde, Texas. The National Rifle Association is kicking off its annual meeting in that same state in Houston, just a few hours drive from the site of the massacre. CNN national correspondent Ryan Young is following this for us from Houston. Ryan, what's the latest there?
Jim, the emotions here are very raw, so I'm already going to apologize just in case someone starts cussing again in front of the camera, because as we've seen right here, people have been screaming across the way at people who've been going inside that convention. You can see the heavy police presence right there, and every time someone seems to stop, the protesters here gather and start chanting and screaming at them. Now, we know they had a large gathering a little earlier. More than 1,000 people seem to show up and hear Beto O'Rourke talk about how he wants to see things change in the state. But this is where the emotions of what happened just a few miles away from here have really boiled over. We've seen people crying. We've seen people nearly come to blows here in the street. Police have been very responsive to make sure that hasn't happened. But you can feel the raw emotions. I had one mother tell me she is tired of standing by on the sidelines and she wants the people on the inside to know that she wants this to stop. But listen to Ted Cruz and how he framed this day and why he is here today.
We must not react to evil and tragedy by abandoning the Constitution or infringing on the rights of our law-abiding citizens. Now is not the time to yield to panic or intimidation or fear. Now is not the time for lies. It is not the time for empty political gestures. Now is the time for unity.
Yeah, time for unity, but you can see there's a pro-gun rights person over here, and they're being surrounded by the crowd and being shouted down. This is happening over and over, Jim. It's kind of sad to see, but at the same time, you understand why the emotions are so high. Jim?
Absolutely. Looks like a very volatile situation. All right, Ryan. Thanks very much. We appreciate it. Ryan Young in Houston there. Joining us now is Jay Johnson, the former Homeland Security Secretary during the Obama administration. Mr. Secretary, thanks for your time. We really appreciate it. How galling is it, do you think, to see Republican leaders meet at the NRA convention there in Houston just days after 21 people were killed at an elementary school?
Jim, two things, and thanks for having me on. First, Ted Cruz and I both know that there are almost no constitutional rights that are absolute. The freedom of speech is not absolute. The freedom of religion is not absolute. The Second Amendment is not an absolute constitutional right. There is a right to bear arms in the Second Amendment. That does not mean, however, that you get to keep a surface-to-air missile in your garage, nor should it mean that a demented, monstrous 18-year-old should be able to walk into a store someplace in Texas on his 18th birthday and buy a weapon of mass destruction. We can regulate gun sales. We can regulate who gets a gun in America consistent with the Second Amendment. We have done so for my lifetime. The other argument that the NRA continues to make, and it's just an argument, the view there seems to be that if I give an inch on this particular piece of legislation, that I'm giving up my entire right. That is so not true. I cherish my driver's license, but that doesn't mean, therefore, that I'm willing to permit the freedom to drive if you're intoxicated. For matters of public safety, I want better regulation of driving while drunk. I don't understand why members of the NRA, who for the most part are responsible gun owners, they're careful gun owners, I know some of them, I don't understand why the NRA does not simply embrace the position that we cherish the right to buy a gun if you're capable of buying a gun, and we deplore loose gun environments in which someone like this murderer, this monster, is able to, on his 18th birthday, walk into a store and buy an assault weapon, a weapon of mass destruction. I don't understand why the NRA doesn't embrace that position to make themselves more credible in crisis circumstances like this.
And what is your message to the politicians who obstructed action on gun violence in this country? The governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, was just asked about raising the age for buying an AR-15 style assault rifle. He essentially said he was against it, didn't sound very open to other new gun control laws. What is your message to the governor of Texas and others who essentially say the same thing?
Raising the age of, for the ability to buy a weapon of mass destruction is the least we can do. Apparently in the state of Texas right now, you can buy an assault weapon at age 18, but you can't buy a six-pack of beer. That makes absolutely no sense. And, you know, the big picture problem here, and the reason I mourn for America today is because of our inability, our unwillingness to do anything about this plague. It happens over and over and over again. We're getting to the point now where it's happening almost weekly. And we fail, we refuse to address the problem. And the problem, to put the label on it plainly, is the prevalence of guns in America. I don't deny the right of a responsible gun owner to have a gun. There are circumstances where a responsible gun owner should have a gun. I do, however, have a serious problem with the inability of our lawmakers to even address the most basic, simple gun measures. And I hesitate to say this, Jim, but I think that we need a game changer here to change the political environment. Maybe we do need an Emmett Till moment. Now, for those of you who don't know who Emmett Till was, he was a 13-year-old boy in Mississippi in 1955 who had the temerity to say something sassy to a white woman, which you don't do if you're black in Mississippi in 1955. He was lynched, he was tortured, he was beaten, he was shot. His mother wanted the world to see what his murderers had done to their son, and she had an open casket funeral. And there were photos. It changed the world. It probably sparked the civil rights movement. You know better than me, Jim, that photographs say a million words. Whether it's this incident, whether it's Rodney King, whether it's George Floyd, whether it's the Vietnam War. And I hesitate to say that it's somehow the public obligation of a mother or a father to display the autopsy photos of her murdered child. But on the other hand, look at it this way. The child you just had on, the 11-year-old who witnessed the execution of her teacher and who will go to grief counseling for the rest of her life, was forced to witness up close and personal that tragedy. Why is it that that child has to see this, but lawmakers who through their inaction or action permit this environment to exist can walk away and not have to see vividly the consequences of their action or inaction? And so I think we need something dramatic here to finally make a difference. Otherwise, this is going to go on and on and on.
These children are changed, you're right, but the country doesn't. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for your time. Secretary Jay Johnson, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just ahead, experts say the emotional trauma of the Uvalde massacre will take a very heavy toll on these young survivors, as we were just discussing. Next, I'll talk with a child psychologist about how to help these children cope with this crisis.
On select dishwashers, and we have hot buys throughout the store.
Have a great Memorial Day.
Thank you, veterans.
And thank you for shopping Carl's.
Your servicing dealer since 1956.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next speaker, it is my pleasure to welcome back to the stage your NRA Executive Vice President, Wayne LaPierre.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Our next speaker, man that I first met many, many years ago. I was having an early breakfast meeting at one of his landmark hotels, and we'd never met before. He walked up to our table, he held out his hand, introduced himself, and he told me he was a big fan of the National Rifle Association. Over the years, we'd run into each other at different events across the country, and he always had sincere, kind words to share, along with a warm smile and a hearty handshake. Little did I know the powerful future role he would play in defending the Second Amendment, the United States of America, and our right to self-defense. It's
dental coverage and the benefit that adds money back.
American jobs and America's security.
After Joe delivered flowers to her memorial yesterday, Joe's death is a potential example of what's called broken heart syndrome, a form of heart attack brought on by intense grief. Joe and Irma have 4 kids. Her story so profoundly affected everyone that 40,000 people have so far donated to a GoFundMe in their names, totaling more than $2.2 million. We'll be right back.
Gun ban treaty right here at our leadership forum. He promised us he'd protect our freedom. He kept that promise. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming fellow NRA member and the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
And soared to become the highest-grossing film of 1986.
Proactively reduces inflammation, which means
Operation Dreamsicle is one of the ones that we've made several times, and that's actually coming back out in a couple of weeks.
Helped us.
$15 on a...
I believe, looking off toward the west, and you can see the clearing skies coming in there, but still some dark clouds over the city. But I think the worst
agreement. I want to punch that man in the face. That is what you said. We don't. I told.
And then right up Interstate 95 into Virginia, including Richmond, and right up to Washington, D.C., and back toward the Shenandoah Valley. This new severe thunderstorm watch.
Don't take interest.
.com. As Uvalde, Texas tries to recover from the grief and shock of the elementary school massacre, President Biden is preparing to visit the city along with the First Lady. CNN's Arlette Saenz is joining us with details from the White House. Arlette, what do we know about the president's trip this weekend?
Well, Jim, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden will spend several hours on the ground in Uvalde, Texas, as they are trying to offer comfort to these families grieving through these gut-wrenching losses. Now, the president is spending the House says that he will be meeting with local community officials as well as religious leaders and, most importantly, the families who lost their loved ones, those teachers and those 19 young children in Uvalde, Texas. Of course, President Biden has gone into these types of communities time and time again, not just as president, but also as vice president. He has his own connection to loss, having lost his wife and young baby girl in a car accident, and then later his son, Beau Biden. But clearly the president wanting to go spend some time down in Uvalde, Texas with these families dealing with this life-altering loss of their young children due to this horrific.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Massacre. The mental and emotional scars can be just as devastating as the physical ones. Listen to one young survivor, Jaden Perez, describe the gut-wrenching trauma of Tuesday's shooting.
Still sad about some of my friends that died.
Who were your friends that died?
Jace, McKenna, Tess, Annabelle. Basically almost some of them. Basically almost all of them.
What did you tell your mom when you finally saw her?
I left my water bottle at school.
Your water bottle. Did you hug her?
Mm-hmm. Or she hugged me first and she was like, oh.
Let's discuss with Karen.
This incredible turnout. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to each and every one of the proud citizens here today. You are the backbone of our movement, and you are the backbone of our country. You know that.
Well, teach. You're out of your minds? You must be out of your minds. Anything except looking in the mirror and looking at the real issue here. Please, for God's sake, do something.
Our colleague Rich Eisen saying what needs to be said, saying what a lot of us are thinking in the exact way we're all thinking it, with a tone of fury and exhaustion.
Had a very good day, as you know, in North Carolina. As we gathered this week, citizens across this state and across this nation are filled with grief in the wake of the heinous massacre of Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. You know all about that and what a horrible, horrible thing it was to see it, to watch it, to hear about it. The terrible murder of 19 innocent children and 2 adult teachers, with many badly injured, was a savage and barbaric atrocity that shocks the conscience of every single American. So horrible. I want to ask for a brief moment of silence as I read the names of these beautiful people, all young, wonderful lives ahead of them. They're brave teachers whose lives were destroyed by an out-of-control lunatic. So we'll start. Alexandria Rubio.
Click Granger.com or just stop by. Granger,
for this generation of students who have lived through these shootings, you know, I mean, it's just kind of hard to get your head around what they're going to be living through for decades.
Absolutely. Their lives are forever changed. The lives of their families are forever changed. That doesn't mean that it's kind of a life sentence to be struggling to function and to have a wonderful, happy, great life down the road. And it's really about what do we do now? What do we do in the coming weeks and months to set kids up to recover and to be resilient, but also to identify children that are struggling more and who really do need professional help and get them the help that they need.
Torres, Leila Salazar, McKenna Lee Elrod.
Ask your neurologist if Vcr could be right for you.
Maitai Rodriguez, Miranda Mathis, Nevaeh Bravo, Rogelio Torres, Tess Marie Mata.
No matter their age.
Brilliant teachers, Eva Morales, Irma Garcia. And thank you very much. It's a beautiful moment of silence for something that should never have even been thought about, let alone happened. Each precious young soul that was taken is an incomprehensible loss, literally not comprehensible, stolen from us by a malice that no words can describe, sickness. The monster who committed this crime is pure evil, pure cruelty, pure hatred, absolute pure hatred. And while those he slaughtered are now with God in heaven, he will be eternally damned to burn in the fires of hell.
Enemies, we extend an open hand to you, but the time is now. And if you don't join us, we will leave you behind. And so we have to have all those folk who are complicit in their silence to join in and fight for the America that we hope to be. We have to do that now because politicians aren't going to lead the way. The people must lead the way, Nicole.
I mean,
and that's the only thing I can reach for.
But I mean, I guess this fury and this passion and this rage and this grief doesn't feel like it's being met by our leaders. You know, they went home for the weekend. Abbott did a tape message to the NRA, was multitasking today for the gun lobby and services for the citizens of Uvalde.
To increase their own power and take away our constitutional rights. Every time a disturbed or demented person commits such a hideous crime, there's always a grotesque effort by some in our society to use the suffering of others to advance their own extreme political agenda.
Let's get married in an adorable ceremony. I'm talking, be quiet. 2 chihuahuas found love in an unlikely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, always good to see you. Only $15 a month per person.
And the other?
and they're a reflection in part of the country. So if we're going to take it back, they need to be shivering in their damn boots, because the country can't survive like this. How many times can you continue to read read the names of people who died, Nicole, senselessly? I mean, damn.
I can't. Eddie, you got me. You always get me. You got me at the end of the week. Thank you for being here, my friend. To be continued.
Politics. As always, in the wake of these tragedies, the various gun control policies being pushed by the left would have done nothing to prevent the horror that took place. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Unfortunately, ever since Columbine, we've been afflicted by a contagion of school shootings carried out by deeply evil, violent, and mentally disturbed young men. Well, we don't yet know enough about this week's killing. We know there are many things we must do. We need to drastically change our approach to mental health. There are always so many warning signs. Almost all of these disfigured minds share the same profile. When people see something, whether on social media or in school, they need to say something. Teachers, parents, school officials, and community members need to be recognizing and addressing these alarm bells promptly and very, very aggressively.
Involved in a 2020 child pornography investigation. Sanford was listed as an implicated person in those documents. Starting in 2019, investigators searched Sanford's phone records and online accounts. Last fall, Sanford's Attorney General Marty Jackley issued a statement to KELO News which read, "The ultimate fact remains that the investigating authorities have not found information to support criminal charges." Now, according to today's court filing from the South Dakota Attorney General's office, they have confirmed that Sanford's attorney Marty Jackley provided KELO News with the following statement on his behalf. Mr. Sanford appreciates the public acknowledgement by the South Dakota Attorney General's office that the DCI has concluded its investigation and they have not found prosecutable crime. Jackley is running for South Dakota Attorney General. And this is a development information on KELOLand.com.
Arrived about 30 minutes later. During today's press conference, authorities talking about those 911 calls that came in from inside that classroom.
You could hear over the 911 call that 3 shots were fired.
35 minutes after CPD SWAT arrived, officers breaking through the door and killing the suspect. Just 2 months before this tragedy, Uvalde School District had trained for an incident like this, holding an active shooter response drill. Families, neighbors, the Uvalde community struggling to understand. What was your reaction to everything that you heard? That press conference got really heated.
I'm sick. I want to throw up. I'm angry. I mean, this guy needs to resign.
And questions still surrounding those 911 calls from children inside that classroom. Dispatchers knew that there were some still alive. Officers on the scene apparently not told, raising more questions and concerns about that communication breakdown. Morgan Norwood, ABC News, Uvalde, Texas.
There was a heavy law enforcement presence outside the Sioux Falls VA hospital today after the facility was placed on lockdown. Authorities say that lockdown stemmed from a mental health incident. No injuries were reported and no criminal activity took place. Although some of the buildings on campus have security measures such as metal detectors, the main VA hospital does not have that type of security in place. Turning things over now to the First Alert Weather Center and a pretty nice.
Moreover, at every police department in America, we need a rigorous training on active shooter protocols to immediately locate and eliminate the target. Took too long. And we need to expand funding, recruiting, and training for police departments nationwide. This is not a matter of money. This is a matter of will. If the United States has $40 billion to send to Ukraine, we should be able to do whatever it takes to keep our children safe at home.
there. He was the first one to come out and give information to the media after talking to law enforcement and other people behind the scenes, but he was giving the wrong information.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could hear it in his voice. He used the word, "I am livid." And he was asked multiple times, "I am livid." And you could tell even Texas DPS, there was some sense of frustration among those investigators because, according to them, this information was rock solid. They're going out there speaking on behalf of local law enforcement and now having to backtrack much of that story. Brett?
Okay, we'll continue to follow it as the investigation continues. Jeff Paul in Uvalde, thanks. President Biden is renewing a major push for new gun control laws in the wake of the school massacre, but he focused on other issues today as he spoke to some of the finest young people this country has to offer. Jillian Turner has details tonight live from the North Lawn of the White House. Good evening, Jillian.
Good evening to you, Brett. The president did address the Naval Academy for their graduation ceremony today. He struck a more upbeat tone than we've heard since Tuesday night when he addressed the nation in the wake of the Uvalde tragedy. But now with gun control being the very top issue on the president's mind, at least according to the White House press secretary yesterday, President Biden said the nation is standing at a crossroads right now.
You are graduating at an inflection point, not only in American history, but in world history. And the challenges we face, the choices we make, are more consequential than ever.
Tonight, the president and first lady are in Delaware, but on Sunday, they'll travel to Uvalde to meet with the families of school shooting victims, community and faith leaders, and local officials. The White House now focused on pushing gun control legislation through Congress, insisting the president's hands are tied.
We need Congress to advance common sense measures that we know will save lives.
But the vice president might not agree. When answering a 2019 presidential debate question on banning assault rifles via executive order, she chided Joe Biden.
Does the vice president have a point there?
Some things you can, many things you can't.
Let's let the senator answer.
Well, I would just say, hey, Joe, instead of saying no, we can't, let's say yes, we can.
With the ball now in the Senate's court, leaders Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer told colleagues to expect a vote after Memorial Day. Democrats warn getting Republicans on board will be an uphill battle.
I've been Charlie Brown enough to know that up until now, the football has been pulled out from under me every single time.
And Republicans issuing their own warning.
This is not an excuse to infringe the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens.
One thing that President Biden has going for him on Capitol Hill right now is that everybody from Republican Senator Cornyn to Democrat Senator Joe Manchin seems to be saying the same thing, and that is that this time is different. The tragedy in Uvalde does really seem to be striking a chord over on Capitol Hill, but whether that is enough to push the Senate towards some kind of a consensus on a policy solution is a whole other matter. Brett?
Yeah, we'll be watching that closely. Meantime, Jillian, there's new reporting that the White House has settled on a $10,000 per person student loan forgiveness. What do you?
That's part of this reality. We covered the Buffalo massacre, which was the largest mass shooting of the year, and I told you then, and I'll remind you tonight, what the Buffalo police said. They did say something accurate. They said they were outgunned by that single killer with weapons of war and body armor. And now we're seeing the evidence. Texas officers were allegedly acting like they would do anything other than lean into a firefight, this outgunned against these kind of legal weapons of war in America. Now, there's also evidence that some of these actions would violate their obligation and job duties and current policy. And we can get into that. That's a part of this. But others say this kind of response underscores why, wait for it, yes, let's talk about it. Talking about law and the danger to children. I'm not talking about politics. This is so much more important than politics. That's why a lot of people who study and work on this full time in a lot of different countries say, if you don't want cops that scared of having to face off against someone armed like that, you have laws and rules where criminals can't get weapons of war that can outgun a whole of officers. Police finally did act. Their supervisors apparently later would mislead Texans and the public about some of the details of that initial response. So we are again doing process in America, and we're doing the reporting and the work, and we're hearing, including from reporters on the ground who are taking the time to talk to people, we're hearing from some of the surviving children recounting the final horrifying minutes of the shooting.
I was telling my friend to not talk because he's going to hear us. The cop said, "Help if you need help." And then one of the persons in my class said, "Help." The guy overheard, and he came in and shot her. And then the cops barged into that classroom, and the guy shot the cops, and the cops just started shooting.
That's some of the eyewitness account. Obviously, the child being maintained anonymous from a local interview. What's Texas's chief executive, the governor, doing about all this? I mean, the response here is engulfing his entire governorship. We have more on aspects of that later in the program, but let me tell you what he's doing. Governor Abbott took time today to make a political gesture during this period of essential crisis management for Texas. He recorded a brand new video to address and tout the NRA, National Rifle Association convention in Texas. It's all out in the open. The fear by police of criminals, because criminals can legally buy war weapons on the open market. It's all out in the open, the cowardice of politicians more concerned about losing an election than losing lives. It's all out in the open, their priorities. The galling, grim priority of taking time away from working on this crisis where Abbott says authorities misled him. His past briefings, he says, were inaccurate because of that. This crisis where funerals are still being planned right now for children, picking out the small coffins that you need when you have to bury kids after this kind of school shooting. He took time away from all that to make a political appeal today to the political gun lobby that fights so hard to make sure anyone, anywhere, can get their hands on a weapon of war in America, apparently capable of holding back over a dozen cops while children are slowly murdered. These are the literal facts as we end the week. Our coverage begins with Julian Castro. Julian Castro, former San Antonio.
19, veteran firearms instructor Jack Wilson was attending services at the West Freeway Church of Christ outside of Fort Worth. He saw a strange man enter the church, and after that, Jack never took his eyes off him, would not leave him. He knew something was wrong, right up until the man approached the person serving communion and pulled out a gun. Thankfully, after Texas passed a law allowing concealed carry in places of worship, Jack had volunteered to lead his church's citizens security team, and he knew what he was doing. Instantly, Jack and another congregant pulled out their firearms very quickly, very professionally. The shooter gunned down Jack's team member and then turned and killed the man's communion. Amid the chaos, Jack had only an instant to take aim. He saw his chance and took out the shooter with a single perfect shot.
Paradise, which comes in blackest black and
Take a dip. Meteorologist Austin Haskins dug through the data and joins us live with more. Austin, how's it going?
Tremfiant.
Storm last year, or the COVID response, or the foster care system that's had its own panoply of problems over the years under Governor Abbott and Perry, or what happened in Uvalde. You can't
the response, and I showed the new details, but we're also looking at why officers may wait for a tactical team. Whether that was wrong or not, and I have information on that, I just want to read from, do I have that somewhere? Pardon me. We had somewhere the fact that the current, it might be in later in the show, but basically, paraphrasing, this current policy says to confront and kill the shooter immediately, not to hold back. But even putting that out to the wider perspective, Jim, do you think that the level of armament that these shooters sometimes have is itself part of the problem that police are facing?
No, it clearly is. I mean, these weapons are devastating. They fire a round at 3,000 feet per second. They go through an officer's body armor, through the officer, out the back of the body armor. They penetrate brick walls, steel doors, wooden doors. Yes, it's devastating. And firing those inside a hallway of a school, the sound is disorientating alone. A lot of mistakes here, Ari, for sure. But the on-scene commander waited too long. Yep. Now, it's wrong to say he should have charged in. That's also wrong. I've handled these hostage barricades. The secretary, remember Waco? I was in the shootout at Waco. I negotiated with David Koresh. I've worked with DPS and the Rangers and all. I was the assistant agent in charge in the Dallas division. These things get real wild real fast. But the incident commander should have made a stutter step when he reached the breach point, which was the locked classroom with children inside with a killer. He had to take a stutter step because people say that's not a hostage barricade are wrong. That is a hostage barricade. But it's a hostage barricade in the middle of an active shooter situation. But now you've got to get in there and you've got to kill this guy. He can kill 30 people in 30 seconds with the weapon he's holding. He's got a 30-round mag. He can kill 30 people in 30 seconds. So you can't just charge in there with your hair on fire because it's an active shooter.
Let's dig into that point. I want to make sure we heard you right earlier, and we've been hearing a lot of tough stuff this week. But you said these kind of bullets with these kind of weapons that people can get easily in places like Texas, you're saying they shoot through the officer's armor and out the back?
Through the armor, through the officer, and out the back armor.
Well, so let's keep that in mind because, again, my job here as a journalist is to help gather the facts. I'm not here to get inside the mentality of any individual officer or claim that I know what was in their mind. But I will, in gathering the facts, take what you said about the physicality of the weapon, combined with what we know about the policies of Texas, easy to get the weapon, combined with what one of the officials overseeing this on the ground did say, which is their concern about what the officers were up against. Take a listen.
One thing that, of course, the American people need to understand is that officers are making entry into this building. They do not know where the gunman is. They are hearing gunshots. They are receiving gunshots. At that point, if they proceeded any further, not knowing where this suspect was at, they could have been shot. They could have been killed.
Jim, that goes to the weaponry side of this. And again, that's Lieutenant Chris Olivares. Can you speak on that point, that if you're confronting any dangerous situation, which police routinely do, but you might be a handgun, might be someone behind a door, how is it different if they already know the person has an AR like this?
No, you're already losing if you have a handgun. If you have 3 officers with a handgun, you're already losing, just like the retired cop was killed in Buffalo. He had a handgun, he faced a AR-15, he's dead. I mean, you're just losing already. But look, let's talk for one point, the extreme bravery. These officers went in, they didn't stay outside like Columbine. They penetrated to the breach point. They went in all the way. The guys shooting at them, a couple were wounded, and they got to the breach point. So they had bravery in the face of the rifle. And it's really extraordinary bravery. But once they get to the breach point, the incident commander just has to make the decision. Time we consider in these to be neutral, and then it falls against you and it falls with you. And you have to read that time. An on-scene commander would read this as getting a hostage barricade that's basically already bloody. In other words, hostages have already been shot. You know they're going to bleed out. They don't have time. This is a standard SWAT commander mindset. You know that's going to happen. You know you're going to have to breach. You set up an emergency assault. That's going to take you probably 10 or 15 minutes. You got to get your stack right. I would have sent 2 officers around the back, maybe to get a shot through the window. We would call this a sniper-initiated emergency assault. If they're the chief of the school police, you should have a key. I probably would have went in both doors, a key in both doors, had a long rifleman on the radio, shoot the killer. Sometimes you hit him, sometimes you miss, sometimes he's wounded. So it's not, everything. But when that shot is fired, the assault teams go in and kill him. That doesn't give them the 30 seconds to kill the children in there. But that takes a few minutes to set up, and the incident commander needed those few minutes. So when people say he shouldn't have paused and said it was a hostage barricade, they're wrong. He should have paused and said it was a hostage barricade. But he had limited time to set up an emergency assault, and he took too much time. It was too much time to go to 12:50. People are bleeding. So that's the mistake, and Bortak was on the scene at 12:15. So looking at the timeline, Ari, that you just showed, Bortak's on the scene, you're at the breach point, you should know you need to make an emergency assault. You should be able to do that within 10 to 15 minutes. The latest they should have entered there by about 12:25 or 12:30. Yes, people are bleeding, but they're safe. You can save them, and you can kill this guy. So there's a lot of nuances to it, and we're asking a lot for, you know, a chief of police who supervises 6 people. These are decisions in the federal service we train constantly for. We experience the big city SWAT team commanders, county SWAT, you know, they experience these things. I'm sure this chief never did, but they were brave. The other, just I'll close with this, the other thing American policing's got to do is you got to be prepared to breach. And they're not prepared to breach on the patrol side. I'm telling you, they're not.
Right, and that goes,
they should be.
And that's why there's multiple pieces. I appreciate your precision. That's exactly why you're here, because anyone can stand a long ways away and assess it and potentially misevaluate it. And yet it's very clear, if you wipe away, as I said, all the politics and the crap rhetoric, having criminals with access to these level of weapons is a big part of what constrains the police action. And that goes to the societal question of what's the trade-off, the value, pro and con of whether those weapons should be easily accessible, which is what we do when
until
we cover
America,
a disaster. Go ahead. I'm running out of time, but go ahead.
Until America votes for their kids instead of for their guns, this won't change.
Well, and that's a fitting point to pause on. I want to thank Jim Kavanaugh and Julian Castro both. Coming up, we look at
the first time, but in a certain way, I'm glad I didn't. The easiest, simplest, most straightforward thing we can do to save thousands of American lives from violence is to hire more police, arrest more violent criminals, give them speedy trials, and get them into jail. And we've now seen what the Democrats do.
These Republicans, this governor is responsible for why these things happen. No way in the world an 18-year-old should ever have access to this type of weaponry, should be able to go into a store and access that kind of militarized weaponry. I've had enough. I've been here for 3 days. I've been talking to my constituents. They've had enough, and they want to see change. And so I've asked him, my colleagues in the Democratic caucus are asking for a special session. Jim, it's time. We have to have real solutions here.
And you heard the governor say that, or claim that he was misled about what happened and say that he was livid. What was your response to that?
You know, the fact is, Jim, I mean, I'm here every day trying to solve problems for people, making sure that we have adequate resources. You know, he's the leader of this state, and he wants to talk to us about, you know, gun solutions that I think he was asked today whether an 18-year-old should have a gun, and he says, well, look, we've had laws on the books for 60 years. That's when we were able to hunt squirrels with our 22 rifles. At the end of the day, we have to do what's right for our citizens. Technology has changed. We shouldn't have this kind of militarized weaponry, and this man has failed us, and he has failed to respond to that particular issue. As to what happened over here, you know, my concern with what happened today is the law enforcement that were here in place. At what point does our state agencies begin to take operational control? Nowhere should it have taken over an hour to get into that building, an hour and 13 minutes to get into that building. I've talked to little children that were in the building. Talked to a little girl just right now. She said, I said, are you brave? She says, first I was scared, but then I got brave. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just so flustered and frustrated with all this, Jim. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know what to tell people anymore. I do apologize to you.
I have to ask you.
It's been a hard 3 days.
I know it has been, Senator. And I wonder, you know, when you hear the police admit that they made the wrong decision earlier today and these shifting stories and now the finger pointing has begun, do you believe that you've been lied to this week? What is your response to, you know, the police when they come out and say, when the Department of Public Safety comes out and says that they made the wrong call? Are you getting any straight answers?
Yesterday, the Department of Public Safety Yeah, yesterday they told me that we wouldn't get a full picture until Saturday. I said, I urge you to make sure that we have a timeline by tomorrow. People are demanding transparency. And so we get their timeline today, and the first thing that we hear is, you know, the school district police had operation control, and then it's the police. Listen, we all know what happens in an active shooter situation. He's already said they made a mistake. But at the end of the day, if our state troopers were here, at some point, someone needs to take at a higher level operational control. So there are still answers that have gone, there are still questions that have gone unanswered. I don't want to Monday quarterback this whole thing, but I'll tell you that there is some responsibility that should be held. There should be some accountability. And that accountability is with the policymakers that control this state. I asked for a red flag bill in 2019. That bill was killed in committee. It went nowhere. In 2019, they passed open carry. The last thing I said on my floor speech, the last thing I said was, I said, because of this bill, kids are going to die. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that that would happen, that that bit of hyperbole would happen in my own district. Never did I think.
All right, Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, thank you very much for your time this evening. Thank you very much for
I'm so sorry.
opening up your heart to us this evening. We appreciate it. No, we do.
It's been a long 3 days. I apologize for my frustration.
Totally understand. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. Coming up, the NRA convention is underway in Texas amid protests and criticism. Some politicians are pulling out of the event, but former President Trump is still taking the stage. We'll go there live next. Stay with us. You're in The Situation.
In the history of the United States, we ended catch and release. We ended asylum fraud. We struck historic agreements with Mexico. Stay in Mexico. Is that a nice sounding agreement? That is stay in Mexico.
12-inch piece of monofilament leader.
In Final Jeopardy, the category
at Menards.
Save big money.
You had me at Allison 10-speed. Democracies, some of them diverse, some of them have all of the problems of America, including things Cruz alluded to. In the upper right, you have the combination of more gun violence and easy access to guns. The United States alone in that. That is, on your screen, courtesy of the New York Times, the direct fact check of these claims from Cruz and others that this is about only mental health or only problems in the family. Those are real problems. They sometimes intersect with violence, but not like this in any other country. Protesters today were outside of the convention, one group walking around a child-sized casket, others chanting.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
We also saw some minors and younger people participating. This is some of the footage. These are people who chose to show themselves, so we're showing you a little bit of that. It's a grim type of activism, but one that many minors say they care about. They don't have a vote, but they are holding up signs of other children killed. One child held up a tragic sign for our current era that asked, "Am I next?" Frank Smith has been covering the NRA for over 20 years. We'll get into all this when we're back in 1 minute.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Claritin provides non-drowsy symptom relief from over 200 indoor.
Russia and China. How's that going to work out? You think that's going to work out good? Can you imagine Russia and China saying, do you believe this? He wants us to negotiate the deal for him. This is a sad day. This is one of the saddest times for our country that I've ever seen.
Safety this holiday weekend.
If people are drinking, make sure they do it safe. They're getting sober drivers, getting a cab, getting a ride share, something along those lines. We don't want to see extra impaired drivers on the roadway either.
Police say drivers should slow down and take extra caution to make sure that everyone gets to their destination safely.
This weekend, many families will visit the grave sites of their loved ones, but historians say Memorial Day shouldn't be the only day to pay a visit to a cemetery.
Historical societies and museums offer tours in cemeteries, but also encourage people to visit on their own.
The different programming that we do with the cemeteries is, our hope is that we're letting these people's stories live on for the next generation, so they aren't just forgotten in these plots of land.
Digital reporter Ray Yost looks at the historical aspect of local cemeteries in a KELOLAND.com original story on our website right now.
Well, summer is officially underway at Lake Lorraine. Flow and Paddle celebrated their season opener today with some new classes for yoga on their stand-up paddle boards. Their business is all about bringing lake life to the growing Central Sioux Falls development.
Lake Lorraine is definitely growing. We just had Dave & Buster's open, so that definitely is a great asset to us. Even just more people are coming around the lake. New condos are going up. The Blue right there on the north side of the lake, which is going to be a great addition to Lake Lorraine as well.
With all of that growth and what it means for Flow and Paddle's exclusive access to fun on the water in tonight's Your Money Matters at 10.
And for the fifth thing, let's get one final check of our weather with Chief Meteorologist Jay Trobeck.
All right, Angela, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch now posted the western half of South Dakota until 10 Central Time tonight. Severe thunderstorm warning around the Bellefourche and Spearfish areas. Some half-dollar size hail reported there.
Thank you for joining us.
Have a great rest of your evening.
Stay positive, be kind, and think Subaru.
Promotional consideration paid for by Schulte Subaru, Avera Orthopedics, Avera Health.
But he was saying to Blinken, I believe, he said, how come this never happened with Trump? Don't forget, Georgia was given up by Bush. Hate to say it. Georgia was given up by Bush. Crimea.
Elementary school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. In stunning detail, the visibly shaken Texas Director of Public Safety admitting the incident commander at Robb Elementary held police back, believing no more children were at risk. 911 calls still coming from inside the classroom, whispered voices including children pleading, please send police now. All while as many as 19 officers were right there outside the classroom holding their position. The director calling that the wrong decision, period. Authorities now offering minute-by-minute details about how this all unfolded. No security officer on the grounds. A school door left propped open. The gunman carrying dozens of magazines, firing at least 100 rounds in the opening moments. Border Patrol agents taking down the shooter, ending the terror inside classrooms 111 and 112 about 77 minutes after it began. Governor Greg Abbott late today claiming he was misled and he's absolutely livid. New images tonight of children escaping out windows, powerful reactions coming in from the families of the victims. The community saying they are sick and angry, learning police were outside the classroom but didn't go in. Those 911 calls from inside the room that were not passed on to officers at the scene. Maria Villarreal with a chilling story from a child about playing dead so he wouldn't get shot, saying the gunman told the students, "You're all going to die." New details about missed warning signs. Authorities say the suspect, 17 at the time, asking his sister to buy him a gun last September. Alarming Instagram chats about buying guns. Someone asking, "Are you going to shoot up a school?" and how he responded. Massive protests outside today's NRA convention in Houston. Former President Trump speaking at the event. Several other top Republicans canceling appearances. What some insiders saying about changing gun laws. And tonight, where things stand in Washington on the debate over gun reform. Rachel Scott in Houston. Severe storms threatening travel plans as the Memorial Day weekend gets underway. Powerful thunderstorms slamming the Carolinas into the Northeast. Rob Marciano timing it out. And the soaring prices making this one of the most expensive holidays to travel on record.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening. It's great to have you with us on this Friday night. I'm Whit Johnson in for David tonight. And we begin with those heart-wrenching new revelations about the shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. The stunning admission that officers were inside the building and a tactical team was standing by for the better part of an hour before they were allowed to take the gunman down. The incident commander believing no more children were at risk. The director of the Texas Department of Public Safety visibly shaken, conceding that holding back those officers was the wrong decision. The new details adding to the pain and the loss. Law enforcement looking at this video now. The gunman entering through a door a teacher had left open. And we've learned there were calls to 911 from inside the besieged classroom. One child whispering, "Please send police now," even as at least 19 officers were there in the hallway. Those officers helping to clear the building, getting teachers and students out, some children escaping through a window and running away. You can see the fear on their faces. And every day now, we learn more about the 19 students and their 2 teachers who did not survive. Tonight, many families asking, could more have been done to save lives? ABC's chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, leading us off in Uvalde tonight.
Tonight, in that chaotic press conference,
hey, stand by, all right? I got it. I got it. Okay.
We learn about the fateful decision not to breach that classroom door and end a massacre.
And for the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision, period.
Texas's top sworn officer saying the commander on scene broke the basic rules of engagement when he decided the gunman was not an active shooter, but a barricaded subject, holding dozens of officers back.
Based upon the information we have, there were children in that classroom that were at risk, and it was, in fact, still an active shooter situation and not a barricaded subject. Texas embraces active shooter training, and that doctrine requires officers, we don't care what agency you're from, you don't have to have a leader on the scene. Every officer lines up, stacks up, goes and finds where those rounds are being fired at and keeps shooting until the subject is dead, period.
And now we learn it was 77 minutes of terror. It was a teacher who left a school door propped open when she went to retrieve a phone. Police say 6 minutes later, the gunman walking in through that open door, seen in that video, investigators are now studying. He heads to 2 connected classrooms, firing over 100 rounds. 2 minutes later, 3 officers on the scene. Jesse Ortiz flips on his camera. Several more officers are there, first taking cover behind a vehicle.
Did you tell them to go in?
I was yelling, like, why don't you guys go in? Why don't you guys go in?
More officers join. They enter the school. The suspect relentlessly firing. 2 officers are grazed by gunfire. On the street outside, parents start to arrive, frantic as children inside are being shot.
You know that they're kids, right? They're little kids. They don't know how to defend themselves.
Just after noon, there were 19 officers in that hallway, many of them with long guns. At that very moment, a string of desperate 911 calls started to come in from those 2 classrooms. In one room, multiple students were dead, but 8 or 9 were alive.
She hung up when another student told her to hang up.
By that time, a Border Patrol tactical team was on the scene with ballistic shields, but local police told them to hold off from confronting the gunman.
Who is responsible for making that decision not to breach the classroom? If CBP was here at 12:15, was it them?
The chief of police, he was convinced at the time that there was no more threat to the children and that the subject was barricaded.
At the same time, at the back of the school, officers evacuating children. That as students still trapped in those classrooms, calling 911 and begging for help for 47 minutes.
She told 911 that he shot the door at approximately 12:43 and 12:47. She asked 911 to please send the police now.
That Border Patrol tactical team finally breaching the classroom at 12:50. Investigators found that the gunman had brought over 1,000 rounds of ammunition to the school. That director of public safety choking up, adding that the failures began long before Tuesday's rampage and the loss of those 21 lives.
We call it like it is. It is tragic. Quite frankly, I mean, there shouldn't be anybody. Ideally, we've been able to identify this guy as a suspect and address it before he even thought about attacking.
And tonight, Governor Abbott, who presented more than one press conference with inaccurate information, saying he was misled and promising answers for the victims' families.
There are people who deserve answers the most, and those are the families whose lives have been destroyed.
They deserve answers. They're demanding answers.
People their land back. It was taken away by government. And we stopped the Obama-era regulatory assaults on hunting, trapping, ammunition, and fishing gear. Everyone here today.
NRA members.
It wasn't guns that did it. It was a person.
We have a problem where people who are getting mentally ill are not being, they're falling through the cracks.
One booth in the bustling hall, however, was vacated. Daniel Defense, the company that made the rifle used by the Uvalde shooter, pulled out of the convention and argued the weapon had been criminally misused. They also had to lock their Twitter page, which days before the shooting posted an ad with a toddler holding an AR-15 style rifle. Keynote speaker Donald Trump called for hardening school security and addressing mental health issues, not gun control.
But the existence of evil in our world is not a reason to disarm law-abiding citizens who know how to use their weapon and can protect a lot of people. The existence of evil is one of the very best reasons to arm law-abiding citizens.
A recent CBS News poll found that among Republicans, the majority, nearly 75%, want laws covering the sales of guns to remain the same or be made less strict. Though the NRA has faced challenges in recent years, gun rights groups remain powerful, spending $15.8 million on lobbying last year, 5 times more than what gun control groups spent. While former President Trump and Texas Senator Ted Cruz did appear in person, Texas Governor Greg Abbott did not. He sent in a pre-recorded video. Other performers and speakers here, they decided to bow out. Margaret.
Robert Costa, thank you. Congress is on its Memorial Day recess until June the 6th, but some lawmakers are working through the break to find a compromise on new gun safety legislation. CBS's Adriana Diaz takes a look at one option getting renewed attention: red flag laws.
Sheila Hull's son Brandon was troubled, so when he bought himself a gun, she used Indiana's red flag law to alert police.
If you're going to red flag anybody, that would be one person to red flag.
Police did take her son's gun away, but prosecutors did not pursue a red flag designation that would have prevented him from buying any more firearms. He went on to buy 2 assault rifles a few months later and used them last year to storm this FedEx plant, killing 8 before killing himself.
I won't grieve his death because he made a choice to take others. So that's on him. I'll grieve for the victims because they did nothing.
Indiana is one of 19 states that empowers a judge to take away a firearm from anyone who poses an extreme risk to themselves or others. But Hull says a red flag law is only effective when it's enforced. One study shows in Connecticut, for every 10 to 20 firearms removed, a life is saved. And in California, there have been at least 21 cases where a red flag law disarmed someone threatening a mass shooting.
Red flag laws reduce the risk of gun violence. It may not work 100% of the time, but if you can save even some proportion of those lives, that's had a real impact.
In Indiana, Brandon Hull didn't even have to be deemed mentally ill to be red flagged.
Do you think the victims would have been alive if this red flag law worked?
I believe that 100%.
After the shooting here, the law was streamlined to make the red flag process move more quickly. And Margaret, one idea being discussed in Washington is a federal red flag law.
Adriana, we'll be talking more about that. Thank you. Now to Memorial Day weekend. With pandemic restrictions mostly lifted, AAA estimates about 40 million Americans will travel. That's up more than 8% from last year, and air travel is expected to jump 25%. But inflation, especially high gas prices, are making those miles pricey. Here's CBS's Errol Barnett.
It's go time.
Get out of town, get some nice warm weather.
Millions are hitting the road for the unofficial start to summer.
We left early this morning and traffic has been picking up the whole way.
Most travelers will drive this weekend in higher numbers than
those hitting the road to pay extra attention.
There's a lot of people that are traveling for Memorial Day. Just drive safe. There's usually extra people on the road. Watch those speeds. That's probably the biggest thing that we see is accidents involving people going high speed. Watch the speeds. Just be careful.
A few ways drivers can protect themselves include staying vigilant in busy areas and slowing down. Also, try to minimize distractions as much as possible and always drive sober and remember to wear your seatbelt. A summertime favorite has returned for the first time in 3 years. Fridays on the Plaza is back in full swing. The The 12th Street Plaza outside our studio was full of people taking a break to enjoy the nice weather today. Local food trucks and some music as well from James Dean Acoustic. If you weren't able to make it out today, Fridays on the Plaza runs all summer.
Who are a year away from retirement, not to assign officers who've had trouble with their patrols on the regular beat. Jim, they say that happens way too often, that those guys are placed in those schools.
All right, Brian Todd, thank you very much. Disturbing report coming up. The manager of the San Francisco Giants now joining the growing wave of sports celebrities taking a stand on gun violence. We'll tell you how he's planning to protest right after the break.
Still questionable at this hour.
Dream fearlessly. America.
They're sort of a revisionist on the left side now. They say, well, no one was spit on, or, that didn't happen. Yes, it did happen. And you can talk to a number of Vietnam veterans who talk very vividly about their experience coming home.
When I got to outprocess at Oakland Army Base, we walked through a tunnel off the tarmac into like a hangar or building or something, and it was an L turn in the middle, and on the wall was a very faded American flag painted and a sign saying, "America is proud of you." That was it. Other than that, they said, put your boots over here, do this, fill out your turn in your medical records. And then they said, don't wear a uniform into town. Most of us had come back with medals, and we were proud of what we'd done. And they're saying, oh no, you go into town, you're probably going to get in a fight or whatever. And then we started hearing stories about people being spit at and so forth.
Works.
For fast muscle relief, TheraWorks.
Formula. Abbott's plan to reopen its troubled plant in Sturgis, Michigan next week is delayed. The FDA says that could still be several weeks away. Meanwhile, the Defense Department is airlifting what amounts to more than 27 million 8-ounce bottles of formula from Australia to try and help the crisis. Still ahead on tonight's CBS Evening News, the advanced U.S. rocket system that could be headed to the battlefields of Ukraine. And what caused the deadly explosion that rocked a Pennsylvania town?
If you're over
to catch me.
Start saving now on in-stock match.
Working out of appearances. Texas Senator John Cornyn and Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Texas Governor Greg Abbott also not appearing in person, choosing instead to send a pre-recorded video message.
We're gathered today.
Still Texas Senator Ted Cruz taking the stage, and then headliner, former President Donald Trump.
The existence of evil in our world is not a reason to disarm law-abiding citizens who know how to use their weapon and can protect a lot of people. The existence of evil is one of the very best reasons to arm law-abiding citizens.
And back in Washington, the Senate does plan to hold a hearing addressing gun violence and children. As for those bipartisan talks on gun control legislation, well, Congress is out on recess, but that group does plan to speak by phone and by Zoom. Protesters here hope that they do not lose the urgency with.
Rachel Scott, our thanks to you tonight. Turning now to the other news this Friday night, severe weather for millions as holiday travel ramps up. Powerful storms slamming the Carolinas into the Northeast. Damage from a possible tornado in Bedford County, Virginia. More than 1,000 flights canceled. Dangerous driving on the roads as well. Here's ABC's transportation correspondent, Gio Benitez.
Tonight, powerful storms targeting the East Coast with torrential rain and strong winds. Tornado warnings near Philadelphia.
You've got a good 3 minutes to take cover there in the lowest part of your home.
As 47 million people take to the roads and skies. In Bedford County, Virginia this morning, at least 3 people injured. Homes torn apart by a possible tornado. At the airports, more than 1,000 flights canceled on the busiest flying weekend so far this year. The TSA expects to screen 2.1 million passengers a day at airports across the country, at or even a little more than pre-pandemic levels. And that's despite ticket prices averaging 30% higher than last year, $394 round trip. Combine that with all-time record gas prices, the national average nearly $4.60 a gallon, and it's shaping up to be one of the most expensive Memorial Day weekends ever. And with here on the road, the best time to start your drive is tonight after 9 p.m. or tomorrow morning before 10.
Appreciate the tips, Gio. Thank you. And back to that severe weather, let's get right to ABC's senior meteorologist, Rob Marciano. Rob, those dangerous storms, they're moving through quickly.
Yeah, we just had that line move through the New York metro area, Whit, and they had some intense winds, but the most damaging winds, over 6 dozen reports of them across parts of the mid-Atlantic. And you can see on the radar, we've got another severe thunderstorm.
Recall one as they move into eastern South Dakota by early Sunday morning. As if that weren't enough, what happens all over again Sunday night. Same story. This is around 10 o'clock Sunday night. Storms start to develop in central South Dakota and move into the eastern part of the state early Monday morning. Here are the risks again. So we have a marginal risk in that shade of green for tonight, level 1 out of 5, meaning more isolated severe storms possible. Tomorrow, slight risk, level 2.
His lead there.
Gabe Kapler's background, Jim, is a liberal background, and I say that with appreciation, not disparagingly. His parents were activists. They participated in the March on Washington in 1963. He's a well-read guy, and his sensibilities would lead you not to be surprised that he feels this way. The only maybe distinction that I would put in there is, yes, we are the only country that has these sorts of school shootings, hundreds of them over the last 2 decades. Meanwhile, Canada, 2, France, 2, Germany, 1, Japan, Italy, the UK, 0. So he's right about that. But many people who are aware of the nation's problems, injustices, and shortcomings nonetheless stand proudly for the national anthem because they have other reasons for doing so, other reasons to feel proud of their country and to align themselves with its best ideals, if not always its best attempts to meet those ideals.
Yeah. And Bob, this comes after the Warriors head coach Steve Kerr spoke out. The Miami Heat urged fans to contact their lawmakers. The Yankees and the Tampa Bay Rays used their Twitter accounts to put out information on gun violence. What does it say about this moment? I know Steve Kerr is very vocal, and we hear from him from time to time.
Yes.
But it does feel like, at least in the sports world, maybe not in the political world, we've reached a tipping point.
Yeah, it's not the first time post-George Floyd. Many people in the sports world were involved. In a different sense, post-9/11, they were involved. But my takeaway from this is essentially this is not a left-wing or right-wing situation. If it were not for those who cling to an absolutist interpretation of the Second Amendment, and you simply presented what our gun culture in this country is, and the idea that a kid on his 18th birthday can walk into a gun store, buy an AR-15, then the next day accumulate a whole artillery's worth of ammunition, and then go back and buy a second AR-15 the day after that, on its face, absent the sweeping justification of the Second Amendment, and this is what the founders would have wanted, on its face, that is insane. And I think that when you remove the NRA and the gun fetishists from it, and the Republicans who are either nuts themselves or too cowardly to stand for principle over power, if you remove that, I think the vast majority of Americans of all political stripes are in favor of universal background checks and some sort of common sense gun safety measures, which has nothing to do with abrogating the Second Amendment or gun confiscation, despite the fact that the extreme right wing tries to make it seem that way.
And I think these sports figures obviously could have an impact. They did after George Floyd. Colin Kaepernick got in so much trouble for taking the stand that he did, and then we saw much of the rest of the sports world eventually follow his lead. Bob Costas, great wisdom as always. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim.
Just ahead, all 21 victims of the Texas school shooting have now been identified. New details on their lives and how their families are feeling the loss.
For information about how to participate, head to cbs.com/taps. We'll be right back.
Tonight's On the Road segment.
The first opportunity to
commit people who are dangerous, that there has to be a shift in the other direction. So that has to be on the table.
He went on and went on to, after that night, write a very detailed column about it. I've tweeted it out and put it on Facebook if people want to read it from the Washington Post. But Jeff, it's complicated here. But again, to my point with Morgan, is this a different dynamic now that you're seeing develop in Washington?
Well, Brett, I mean, you asked or mentioned Sandy Hook. I mean, it certainly felt like it was a different dynamic then, and that was roughly 10 years ago. I remember President Obama's emotional speech at the service or the tribute to those children, and the Democrats really coalescing around effective, or what they viewed as effective, gun control measures, and then they didn't get what they wanted. And this has been another awful school shooting. It leads to conversations. It's leading to, as we were just discussing, conversations between Republicans and Democrats. So yeah, there's a sense that maybe something different or new will happen this time, but it will depend on what they can work out, and it will depend on whether that momentum that unfortunately sometimes comes after these mass shootings actually continues.
Yeah. There's a lot to follow here, and we will continue to do it and talk to all those lawmakers who are in the midst of the conversation. It's a growing list. Okay, let's do winners and losers. Doug, first to you. Winner, then loser.
Everlasting support of the men and women that are on this field. The class of 22 weathered a global pandemic during the heart of their Naval Academy journey. And while I am proud of the resilience that they demonstrated during the darkest hours of that journey, I am most proud of the leadership that they demonstrated navigating the Brigade of Midshipmen out of that challenging period.
Chill down outdoor activities like gardening, fishing, or...
Okay, it was time to...
Miranda Mathis was 11 years old. A friend of her mother's told the Washington Post Miranda was a fun, spunky, bright girl. 10-year-old Rogelio Torres, his aunt telling CNN affiliate KSAT, he was a, quote, very intelligent, hardworking, and helpful person. He'll be missed and never forgotten. Maite Rodriguez, also 10 years old. Her mother Anna says Maite dreamed of becoming a marine biologist and wanted to attend college at Texas A&M. In a touching Facebook tribute, Anna calls her daughter, quote, sweet, charismatic, loving, caring, loyal, free, ambitious, funny, silly, goal-driven, and her best friend. Other victims' names have also been confirmed. Layla Salazar, 11 years old. McKenna Lee Elrod, Alethea Ramirez, and Jace Carmelo Luevanos, all just 10 years old. And in a tragic twist, the husband of Irma Garcia, one of the murdered teachers, has also died. According to the Archdiocese of San Antonio, Joe Garcia suffered a heart attack after news of his wife's death and passed away on Thursday. The couple had been married more than 24 years and were high school sweethearts.
They came to Mass every Sunday.
Father Eduardo Morales of Sacred Heart Church in Uvalde knew the family well and greeted Irma as she walked into service on Sunday morning. He says the couple were a fixture in the community and leave behind 4 children who he privately consoled shortly after Joe's death.
I've told the community that in my own family, when we've had a death, that it's the church and prayer that has gotten us through all this. Not that it takes the pain away.
The Garcias among a list of names, of lives cut too short. Eva Mireles, Amiri Garza, Uzziah Garcia, Javier Lopez, Jose Flores Jr., Lexi Rubio, Annabelle Guadalupe Rodriguez, Jacqueline Casares, Tess Mata, Nevea Bravo, Ellie Garcia, Jayla Silguero, Elijah Torres, names that will forever be etched in the memories of those touched and affected by this horrible tragedy.
Jose Flores, show him to the state, the nation, show him to the world. I want everybody to know him. When he died, I died hard with him.
Our thanks to Boris Sanchez, and our hearts go out to all the families scarred by this horrific shooting. As the grandmother said in that piece just a few moments ago, don't forget them, please. I'm Jim Acosta. I'll be back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. Aaron Burnett Out Front starts right now.
Out front next, a haunting admission. Texas law enforcement They made mistakes and should have tried to stop the mass shooting sooner. The state's top law enforcement officer saying nearly 20 officers were outside the classroom door for more than 45 minutes before finally entering to take down the shooter. Why, they say, they waited, as they now admit this.
It was a wrong decision.
Inside that classroom, terrified students calling 911, begging for help. The new images as some children were rescued, fleeing to safety. Outrage from families tonight, as well as the governor, our reporter, pressing for answers.
Who is going to be held accountable?
Also tonight, massive protests outside the NRA convention, held just hours from the shooting site. Inside, former President Trump speaking to members, what he just said about gun control. Severe weather snarling traffic across the East Coast and grounding more than 1,000 flights. Tornado warnings into the night, just as tens of millions take off for the holiday weekend. Plus, the baby formula shortage is getting worse, hitting 70% out of stock nationwide. The new action the government is taking. And the blockbuster trial between Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard. The vicious accusations during closing arguments. The case now in the hands of the jury.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
And good evening, I'm Tom Yamas in for Lester tonight. It was a gutting admission today from Texas law enforcement that a decision was made not to enter the classroom where the gunman was with an entire fourth grade class for almost an hour. Police admitting today that was a mistake. We also learned that for much of that hour, there were 19 police officers outside the door who did not go in. We've shown you the video of frantic parents outside the school pleading with officers to go in. Today, we learned that there were children inside the school calling 911, one of them begging, please send the police now. Still, they did not go in. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. When asked how many lives could have been saved if they acted earlier, the official could only say, I don't know. New images tonight of the moment some children were able to escape the school. You can see them right there being evacuated out of windows. Now in the small town of Uvalde, grief is turning into anger as the community grapples with the reality that at least some lives could have been saved. Our team is on the ground covering it all tonight. We begin with Morgan Chesky, who questioned that law enforcement official today.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Today, a stunning admission.
It was a wrong decision, period. There's no excuse for that.
Texas Department of Public Safety Director Stephen McCraw declaring police on the scene were too slow to act and should have stormed the classroom sooner.
There should have been an entry at that as soon as you can.
Officials say as many as 19 officers were in a hallway by 12:03 p.m. But the door to the fourth grade classroom with the shooter inside was not breached until 12:50, 47 minutes later. The decision to wait made by the chief of police for the school district, who officials say believed it was a barricaded subject situation, not an active shooter.
He was convinced at the time that there was no more threat to the children and that the subject was barricaded and that they had time to organize with the proper equipment to go in. In retrospect, from where I'm sitting right now, clearly there was kids in the room. Clearly, they may have been shot but injured, and it's important for life-saving purposes to immediately get there and render aid.
While officers were in the hallway, terrified children and teachers were calling 911.
She identified herself and whispered she's in room 112. At 12:10, she called back. In room 12, advised there were multiple dead.
Young kids begging for police to help.
At approximately 12:43 and 12:47, she asked 911 to please send the police now.
The door was ultimately opened not by a response team using force, but with a janitor's key. We also learned the gunman fired more than 100 times within the first 4 minutes alone and arrived with more than 1,600 rounds of ammunition. The door he used to enter the school with was supposed to be locked, but had been propped open by a teacher just minutes before the shooter got there. Many of the details different than those first reported by officials.
As everybody has learned, the information that I was given turned out in part to be inaccurate. And I'm absolutely livid about that.
A Democratic congressman is now calling for the FBI to investigate the response here. Who is going to be held accountable?
Well, first of all, we welcome the FBI. They play a vital role. And again, this is about finding facts and reporting facts as quick as we can.
And today, new photos show children climbing out of windows, fear in their eyes. desperate to escape the horrific scenes inside. It's how Jaden Perez and many of his friends got out. He's a fourth grader at Robb Elementary.
What went through your head as you saw that happen, Jaden?
Am I gonna die?
Do you think you'll ever feel safe going back there?
No.
So hard to hear that from those children. Morgan Chesky joins us now from outside the school in Uvalde. Morgan, I understand you have some new reporting tonight that's just in. It was actually the Border Patrol that ultimately made the call to move in?
Tom, that's right. According to two senior law enforcement officials, they say that Border Patrol tactical units arrived here at Robb Elementary around 12:15 Tuesday afternoon and were instructed by local police to wait and not engage the gunman. But after about 30 minutes went by, they overruled that guidance and those federal agents moved in. Tom?
All right, Morgan Chesky leading us off tonight. Morgan, we thank you for that. That stunning admission that police made the wrong decision, waiting so long to try and enter the classroom, sparking new outrage tonight. So what do the families who have lost so much think? Sam Brock now with that part of the story.
As the weight of a mass shooting brings a community to its knees, parents in South Texas are demanding more from the agencies tasked with protecting their children.
These are children, fourth graders, children. That little girl should not have to have covered herself in blood to survive that time frame that it took to get in and rescue her.
For these moms from San Antonio, they say accountability above all else is what they're looking for.
I trust that when I send my children to school each day, that they're going to be safe, that their school resource officer is going to be there, the doors are going to be secured, and that the local police are going to take action.
The Texas State Public Safety Director today unable to explain why the school resource officer wasn't on campus or why the on-scene commander misjudged an ongoing active shooter threat.
We're not here to defend what happened. We're here to report the facts.
How does that sit with you?
That's cold. It's cold.
Brutal. Very brutal.
There's no compassion.
For one grandmother whose little princess, 10-year-old Eliana Torres, was taken in an instant, she wants answers to a tragedy that will haunt her for a lifetime.
You know, how did he get in there? Why weren't the school doors locked with chains? You know, or why weren't even the classroom doors were locked? Why?
Sam Brock, NBC News, Uvalde, Texas.
So many questions, and now a federal investigation into the actions of police there has already been requested. Experts say the police decision to hold back defied what officers are trained to do, to act quickly. Here's Miguel Almaguer.
As police waited to take down the gunman in Uvalde, experts say that decision cost lives. The roughly hour and 20 minutes from the first to final shots should have never elapsed. What was happening inside the classroom, former officers say, was not a barricaded suspect, but an active shooter.
That's an active scene. We have to go in. Even if that shooting stops, it is 100% wrong that it ever transitioned into a barricaded suspect. The shooter will divert their attention to us. So we will engage the shooter. During that time, he is not killing students. He's not killing staff.
The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement says time is the #1 enemy during active shooter response, and the #1 objective of police should be to stop the killing. Instead, 19 officers waited in a hallway for 47 minutes as children in the classroom called 911 and begged police for help.
I really don't have words at this point for it. Even if I was standing there and an incident commander told me, you know, you've got kids inside a room, you have an armed shooter who's already fired numerous shots, we're going to wait. Well, good luck. I'm not waiting. I'm going in by myself.
The Uvalde School District had recently doubled its security budget and held an active shooter drill in March.
As long as there's kids and as long as there's someone's firing, you go to the gun.
But this time, they didn't.
Is there any scenario in which waiting for over an hour is acceptable?
In this situation, no, not at all. You have to go in, no matter what, no matter the officers were saying, well, they were afraid of being shot. Are you scared? Yes, but you do what you're trained to do. And if you take your oath seriously, then you hazard yourself.
Tonight, tragic mistakes with unspeakable and unbearable consequences. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
And tonight we're also tracking large protests today outside the annual NRA convention, held not far from the site of the shooting. Inside, former President Donald Trump headlined the event. Garrett Hake is there.
The national debate over guns moving to downtown Houston as hundreds of demonstrators protested attendees at the NRA's annual meeting.
Please promise me you will get in their faces before another child is shot in their face.
With former President Trump the headline speaker, weapons forbidden from the hall.
As always, in the wake of these tragedies, the various gun control policies being pushed by the left would have done nothing to prevent the horror that took place. Absolutely nothing.
Texas' top two Republican elected officials canceling their in-person appearances in the wake of the Uvalde massacre. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick writing that despite his strong support for the Second Amendment, he did not want to bring additional, quote, pain or grief to the families of those suffering in Uvalde. In a pre-recorded message, Texas Governor Greg Abbott arguing gun control doesn't reduce crime.
There are thousands of laws on the books across the country that limit the owning or using of firearms. Laws that have not stopped madmen from carrying out evil acts on innocent people.
Among the 14 acres of guns, gear, and ammo exhibited here, attendees divided over how elected officials might prevent more tragedies like Uvalde.
No one can own a weapon unless you're 25 years old.
25?
25. That's my thinking.
When you hear some of the stuff that gun control advocates kick around after a shooting like this, like raising the age, like to make it 21 maybe to buy a long gun, or things like red flag laws, more background checks, is any of that the kind of thing you would support?
No. I think we really need to look at mental health.
All right, Garrett joins us now. Garrett, you're outside the convention right now. I'm curious, what's the crowd temperature like there?
It's high, Tom. There has been no violence here today, only shouting back and forth across the street between demonstrators and attendees here out in this Texas heat, a reflection of just how divisive this issue is. Tom?
All right, Garrett Hake for us tonight. Garrett, we thank you for that. Now to the extreme weather tonight, making holiday travel a nightmare for millions.
I mean, yes, you know, like you said, I have my moments. I can be joking around 1 second, and then as soon as I see a picture of her, I mean, sometimes it just hits me like a ton of bricks. But yes, I do have joy in remembering who she was and the relationship that me and my daughter had. You know, we had a special relationship, and, you know, her mom would always tell me that she's just like me. And, I feel like she had a really strong character and personality, and you know, she was a lot of great things, and she had a lot of great qualities about her. She was the perfect daughter to me. So it brings me joy to know that I got an opportunity to have such a great daughter. And, you know, I tried to be the best father that I could be. And, but yes, I do have great joy knowing that I got to know her. I had the opportunity to be her father, and that she was a good kid, and you know, she was just an overall good person.
I sincerely hope those moments can continue to sustain you. Alfred Garza, thank you so much for sharing some of that with us tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Alfred, next, I'll speak to a witness who was there when the gunman crashed his car and started firing as he walked toward the school. You'll hear his chilling account next. Plus, gun owners and protesters converge in Houston for the NRA's annual convention. A former NRA member tells me why he left the organization. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott doubling down, insisting the focus should still be on mental health in the wake of this latest massacre. So why does his state rank last in the country when it comes to access to mental health care?
The S&P and NASDAQ gaining even more, breaking an 8-week losing streak. Okay, and we are back in 60 seconds with the new accusations today in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Just about you. Electric line.
Go ahead, William.
No, please, Fred, continue.
I was just going to say, we have an obligation to have a bias towards action. Police officers regularly run towards gunfire, and we train an active shooter preparation to engage, to draw the attention, emotion, energy, and fire from the shooter so that we put ourselves between violence and the neighbors we're sworn to protect. We have to have a bias towards action, and those decisions need to be left to the men and women who are on the scene, who have the information, not to a commander who is off the scene and receiving delayed information.
I mean, one of the most haunting aspects of this horrendous circumstance is that we know that while those officers are outside the room, that there are children inside that room calling 911 saying, we can hear the police out there. Could you please tell them to come in? I mean, that seems that there's a tremendous breakdown in communication, that was not relayed to those officers outside that room.
Clearly, there are many questions about communication and passing of information. That's why we need to train, empower, and trust the officers who are on the scene of the violence to make the decisions to protect our neighbors. That they need to know that they are empowered and they are supported in intervening and engaging and taking that bias towards action so that they can engage a shooter, a violent perpetrator, and keep them from harming our neighbors.
You said that should be the bias in all of police training. Is that what police officers are trained? If you go through active shooter training, is this a nationally understood issue that in those cases, you don't wait for backup, you don't wait for the SWAT team, that you have to act? Is that what they're taught?
Absolutely. We're literally taught and we teach that whether there's 1 or 100 of you, you move to the sound of gunfire and you place yourself between violence and the innocents. That's our job. That's our fundamental obligation. It's the way we train and it's the way we deploy.
And what if there are circumstances where we understand that there were a lot of wounded children in there. We also understand that police were trying to evacuate, or at least that's what they were telling parents that were being restrained outside, that there was evacuations going on as well. How are police supposed to prioritize those in the midst of these circumstances?
Not an uncommon situation, William. Again, the bias is towards engaging the threat. You stop the threat because you have a perpetrator who has demonstrated a desire to kill as many people as possible. So the number one priority is always engaging the threat, intervening and eliminating the threat. Often you're able to do multiple things at once if you have enough resources. You can evacuate, you can stage, you can treat simultaneously. But in any active situation, a bias, an intent, a priority has to be given to finding, engaging, and eliminating that active violent threat to our neighbors.
As you well know, as a former police chief, we are a nation that is awash in these high-powered, lightweight, very, very dangerous semi-automatic rifles. Officers in that hallway had to know what they were up against. And this is not to try to excuse anything about their actions, but do you think that concern that they may be up against weaponry that is perhaps even more powerful than what many of them were themselves carrying, do you think that factored into this as well?
I think that if police officers are going to be deterred and intimidated by violent perpetrators carrying weapons of war, then we as a community should commit ourselves to doing something so that people can't kill our children with these weapons of war. I'm ashamed that we as a community, that our elected officials have sat on the sideline as children from Sandy Hook to today in Uvalde are killed by these weapons of war, when we know there are common sense reforms supported by a majority of Americans that can have an impact on the availability of these weapons to kill our children.
All right, that is former police chief Fred Fletcher. Thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
In the day's other news, a congressional panel asked 5 major gun makers for data on assault-style weapons used in mass shootings. In a letter, Democrat Carolyn Maloney, who's chair of the U.S. House Oversight Committee, said gun manufacturers continue to profit from the sale of weapons of war. She called for information on manufacturing, marketing, and sales. The National Rifle Association opened its national convention in Houston today in the shadow of the killings in Uvalde and Buffalo. Former President Trump headlined the event. He rejected criticism of the gun lobby and of Republicans and called instead for a sweeping overhaul of school security and of mental health policies.
We need to drastically change our approach to mental health. There are always so many warning signs. Almost all of these disfigured minds share the same profile.
Several hundred protesters rallied outside the convention site, and several Texas lawmakers canceled plans to speak. Republican Governor Greg Abbott opted to send a recorded message. Russia's assault on eastern Ukraine slowly gained more ground today. Pro-Russian rebels said they have captured a railway hub in the Donbass region, and 2 key cities face round-the-clock bombardment. Ukraine's foreign minister said that his country is outgunned in a video he posted online.
The only position where Russia is better than us, it's the amount of heavy weapons they have. Without artillery, without multiple launch rocket systems, we won't be able to push them back.
Ukrainian officials say shipments of Western arms have been delayed and that the Russians are using the time to step up their offensive. President Biden told U.S. Naval Academy graduates today that they will have to defend democracy against the likes of Russia and China. The president addressed the Academy's commencement in Annapolis, Maryland, and warned that Russia is trying to erase Ukraine's national identity.
Attacking schools, nurseries, hospitals, museums, with no other purpose than to eliminate a culture. A direct assault on the fundamental tenets of rule-based international order. That's what you're graduating into.
Mr. Biden also said the Navy must defend freedom of navigation in the South China Sea against China's increasingly aggressive claims in the region. New tensions are roiling the Persian Gulf after Iran seized 2 Greek tanker ships today. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard commandeered the ships. The Greek Foreign Ministry says helicopters landed on the vessels and that armed men took the crews captive. It followed the U.S. seizure of oil from an Iranian-flagged tanker off Greece. Back in this country, U.S. Southern Baptist leaders have released a previously secret list of pastors and church workers accused of sexual abuse. The database includes more than 700 entries spanning the past 2 decades. The list first came to light in a scathing independent report last Sunday. It detailed how church leaders suppressed and mishandled abuse allegations. In Oregon, Democratic Congressman Kurt Schrader, who was backed by President Biden, has lost his primary bid. Schrader is a centrist who has served 7 terms. He was ousted by Jamie McLeod Skinner in a big win for the party's left flank. A ballot printing issue had delayed the results for more than a week. And Wall Street has finally ended a 7-week skid with tech stocks and retailers leading.
King, brother, I'm so proud of you as always. What made you decide to do this with your young men?
Well, particularly in the black community, most of the young men don't get a chance to experience firearms but through rap music or through video games or through things they see on TV. And those people or those things aren't people we want to teach our children how to use firearms. They're going to learn how to use them anyways. They're going to learn about them anyway. So why not proper people and proper instructors teach our children about firearms to demystify the weapon for them and actually have them learn proper firearm safety, proper gun etiquette. I think that's extremely important, especially in a country where the guns are located. I won't hide them from them. I want to show them reality. So one of the biggest things for us is making sure that our children learn about firearms. During the entire time I've had the program, I myself have always carried a firearm with my students because I want to make sure they're protected and avoid situations such as happened in Uvalde.
You know, King, what's been the response from the community? You know, this is not the first time you've done something like this. You teach them basic skills, how to repair cars, how to do plumbing, all different type of trades that young men should know so when they become husbands, they can do it in their household. But taking it to the next step, teaching them how to protect their families with a gun, what's been the response?
The response has been interesting for the most part. What I do like to tell a lot of people, especially white liberals, most of them don't necessarily care for nonviolence. They just want us defenseless. We just call it like it is. They want us defenseless because most of those people are sitting around telling us, oh, we need to ban guns and all that stuff. Let's go to their houses and see how many guns they have. They want us defenseless. They would love nothing more than for black people and minorities to be defenseless in their communities so white supremacists and other people can come run rampant in our communities. And I also say this to our community, where are they going to go first when we ban all these weapons? We say we're scared of the police. Well, why are we trying to, push for more police interaction? That makes no sense. But the response, overwhelmingly has been, positive because our boys need to learn this. Instead of them learning it from the streets, they'll learn it with us. While we're teaching them how to work on cars and how to be husbands and how to do construction and how to grow their own food, we at the Extra Boys are going to teach them how to use firearms properly and how to teach them gun etiquette. I think that's extremely important for our communities. We have to be proactive and not reactive. And being proactive is teaching them about firearms and lessening the chances of them getting into any accidents or having any episodes where they're just trying to figure out what a gun is or something like that. Because most times a lot of children are just excited to hold a weapon. They've never seen it before. They saw it on rap video. They want to hold it and take pictures with it, pointing at each other and stuff like that. So I want to make sure I teach them, no, this is a firearm. You need to respect it and what it can do, and learn how to actually use it at the proper time.
I don't care what they say. You're saving lives by doing this, King. Not from just a standpoint of these are going to be great Second Amendment owners when they get of age, but also when they come in contact with a gun, they're going to know safety, not to touch the gun, to know not to point the gun. You're saving lives, and we appreciate you, brother. Thanks for coming on Primetime tonight.
Thanks so much, Lawrence.
You got it, brother. So, Joe Biden.
In springtime in Ocala, Florida, or Pelham, Alabama, or Bloomington, Indiana, it's hot, it's boiling inside, everyone's uncomfortable. You make the decision to prop the door open. On the one hand, everyone feels a little more comfortable. On the other hand, you have a self-inflicted security breach.
Right, and all of the money, all of the training, all the security measures put in basically become worthless because of that one thing. We learned that here with this door. In fact, I was talking on the radio earlier to a station in Chicago. They were talking about the fact that teachers in Chicago were calling in yesterday saying that they had propped open their windows and their doors because it was hot out. Campus police at U.S. schools, 19% of elementary schools, 45% of middle schools, 67% of high schools. Just in a minute, we're going to hear from the colonel of DPS about why this one school resource officer was not here. In the meantime, take me through. They had a chief of police here. Not only did they have a school police department that should be trained in every way on school shootings, otherwise what's the point of having a school police department? But still, they had trained the Uvalde City Police Department on these things. None of that seemed to work.
Right, and it is interesting is that the last known image that we've been able to find of the SWAT team, it's actually them talking about how they're going into some of these schools to learn the layouts, to learn the schematics of a lot of these schools. So if a situation like this were to happen, they would be more prepared. Well, here we were, and you talk with Texas DPS, they say that all of this happened so quickly, largely because that door was open, few paces in, few paces around the corner, and all this horrendous carnage took place. It was so quick.
You think about it, but for that door, he would have had to go all the way around the school and try to find a way in. A totally different situation. In fact, we learned that the school resource officer drove past the suspect after the initial 911 call. Here is that soundbite from the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
But the bottom line is that officer was not on scene, not on campus, but had heard the 911 call with a man with a gun, drove immediately to the area, sped to what he thought was the man with a gun, to the back of the school, what turned out to be a teacher, and not the suspect. In doing so, he drove right by the suspect, who was hunkered down behind a vehicle where he began shooting at the school.
All right, safety funding nationwide, $1.6 billion for safety programs, $400 million to the Emergency Management Performance Grant. That's what is given to schools to try to harden things. Are we to effectively learn that 20 years later we're in the same spot we were?
Right, and you talk about all those investments, but we also saw today how easy it is for a lot of those investments to go by the wayside simply because of human error, something that a lot of those numbers and those investments don't take into account.
Right, human error, or people just not.
Late news when you want it. Dakota News Now at 9 on Fox Sioux Falls.
Which is Salvatore Ramos. His grandfather went to this school. So in the end, evil is evil, and there's not a lot of ways to fix it. Robert, great reporting. Obviously, stay on this, and there's so many more facets to this in terms of where this money is going and who's getting the big consulting contracts to pay for all of these security measures that clearly did not do any good. All of this security training here that was done in Uvalde that came down to one man, at least as far as we know, one man right now, making what turned out for children to be a fatal decision. When we come back, the president will be here on Sunday. He will see some of the memorials you are looking at right now. He will obviously be briefed by law enforcement, but will he meet with law enforcement now that there are so many questions about their actions? How that decision will be made in the White House when we get back.
Only a few hours separate Sioux Falls from Bismarck, North Dakota. But when it comes to the Department of Corrections, our neighbor to the north is worlds apart from South Dakota. Those stories and more coming up on Dakota News Now at 6:30.
This is Dakota News Now.
Good evening, I'm Scott Ingen.
I'm Andrea Anderson. Sam is away from the desk this evening. We begin tonight with a developing story. The South Dakota Attorney General's office says T. Denny Sanford has been cleared of child pornography charges in South Dakota. Sanford had been implicated in child pornography investigation.
According to the court documents, the Division of Criminal Investigation has finished its investigation into Sanford's case. The investigation was first reported in August of 2020 after a report in ProPublica reported that South Dakota's richest man and biggest philanthropist was being investigated for possible possession of child pornography. In a statement a short time ago, Sanford's attorney, Marty Jackley, said Mr. Sanford appreciates the public acknowledgement by the South Dakota Attorney General's office that the DCI has concluded its investigation and they have found no prosecutable crime. Now, we are still looking into this, and we'll have more online at dakotanewsnow.com.
The frustration of low staffing, overcrowding, and a lack of resources for offenders continues in the South Dakota State prison system.
A few hours north of us, though, it is a completely different approach to incarceration. Beth Warden introduces us to the prison system in North Dakota and the success they've had for their inmates, the families, and the staff.
Bismarck, North Dakota may be a quiet community, but they're making a big impact. It's all around how they interact with those behind bars. The approach and success even noted by Governor Noem as she toured the South Dakota State Penitentiary.
But I think what North Dakota is doing is fantastic. I've spent hours talking to the governor of North Dakota about it.
North Dakota Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Director Dave Krabenhoft says the Restoring Promise initiative encourages young men behind bars to see the world differently.
We want to give them the best chance that they can have when they leave with us, that they're dealing with the issues that brought them into our facilities, whether it be a drug and alcohol problem, whether it be a violent problem, whether it be trauma.
This new unit is the complete opposite of isolation in a cell.
It's that sense of community, giving people opportunity that they may never have had before in their lives. Of, a simple greeting, hello, how you doing? Shaking someone's hand.
The grand opening of the unit this week brought everyone together.
One of the most fulfilling days I think I've had in my career in corrections. It was wonderful. Take a minute and look around. We're holding a grand opening in a maximum security prison. And we have family members here, we have staff members here.
The initiative changes the space and mindset of those serving time.
No reason to have that kind of hard, stainless steel look everywhere. Our prison industries program made that furniture and brought it into the unit.
Governor Noem has voiced concerns of the cost of change.
But it is definitely a priority of mine. It's the big bill and the big cost of adding those.
The budget to launch it actually was zero. To bring the program in, we really didn't expend any funds.
The governor has also shared concerns about overcrowding.
Here, we're just continuing to struggle with our lack of facilities to host that type of interaction.
Associate Director Clinique Chapman says the Restoring Process Initiative has a proven track record in 4 states, and the lack of room is not an issue.
But yes, any space can be conducive to healing if you really focus on that is what you want to create in that space.
Chapman says she'd welcome a conversation with South Dakota legislators during their prison summer study.
South Dakota, as of now, is not one of our partners as of yet, but it would be great to partner with South Dakota in the future.
They come to prison for the punishment. Prison shouldn't be the punishment.
People can feel their humanity being restored on a day-to-day basis while they're incarcerated.
The change is felt among those in prison as well as correctional officers, who feel safer and report more job satisfaction and a better quality of life. In Sioux Falls, Beth Warden, Dakota News Now.
Well, things pretty nice for us today, Andrea, but that could be changing.
Austin's got a check of our forecast.
Yeah, that's right, you guys. And we actually have some severe weather ongoing right now. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in place for the western and central parts of South Dakota. And we currently have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Now, 3 of them are outside the Dakota News Now coverage area, out towards Rapid City, and 1 east of Buffalo. The one that's in our area is for areas just to the west and southwest of the winter area, and that's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail that's up to maybe about ½ inch in diameter. But that's moving off to the east and northeast there.
The NRA went ahead with this convention.
Unfortunately, no. I think this decision was despicable. It's tasteless, it's cruel, it's inappropriate, it's despicable. Unfortunately, it's exactly what I expected, and I think it's what millions of Americans expected. Unfortunately, the NRA has made a name for itself not as a representative of gun owners or representative of any Americans, but as an organization that is a shell company, essentially a shell organization for gun manufacturers. They have exactly one role, one goal, and that is to sell guns. So if they have an opportunity to do so, they're going to take it. And for them, for us, Uvalde is yet another example of why we need evidence-based policies. And it's a tragedy. And for them, it's a marketing opportunity. The NRA and the politicians who have chosen to speak at this event have proven yet again that their interest lies more with guns and dollars than it is with our sons and daughters.
You talk about the need for evidence-based moves, essentially. I'm paraphrasing what you said there, obviously, but we just heard from Governor Greg Abbott, who was supposed to be there in person, instead, of course, sent that video message, which we just heard a little bit of, and in it he said that laws limiting the owning or using of firearms haven't prevented madmen from carrying out these evil acts. When you talk about this evidence, right, that you're seeing, maybe that you saw in the ER, or that you're seeing in terms of gun violence, is there evidence that you see that you believe could, in fact, lead to less gun violence?
Absolutely. There's a mountain of evidence out there. Unfortunately, Governor Abbott's comments are wrong on more than one level. First off, saying, there's a tendency to refer to murderers in these cases as madmen, and that kind of alludes to this idea and supports this frequently false idea that mass shooters are that this is a mental health issue. And we know there's ample evidence that fewer than 30% of mass shooting perpetrators have any diagnosable mental health issue at all. So do we need to pursue improved mental health in this country? We absolutely do. Just like we should put on our seatbelt. Will that prevent mass shootings? No. Further, I think, having seen, also kind of having gone through the COVID crisis, being in the hospital for that, what I saw in dealing with COVID is countries, communities turning to science, turning to public health and saying, what should we be doing? Is there evidence? What should we be doing to stop this disease from ravaging our communities? It's killing our family members. What do we need to be doing? I would love to see the country, the communities, the state governments do the same thing for this trend, for this epidemic of firearm deaths. Unfortunately, as you know, the gun violence trend has been such that now it is the #1 injury-related cause of death among young people in the United States. Yeah. There are mountains of evidence for policies that can prevent these things. Things like background checks, things like red flag law, things like ghost guns, and any politician who's not willing to back these things, in my view, is complicit in these mass murders.
Dr. Sterling Herring, appreciate your perspective tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Out front next, Texas Governor Greg Abbott calling the school massacre a mental health issue, as you just heard. Did he shift money, though, away from his state's health care budget to border security? Plus, a CNN exclusive investigation into Russians accused of war crimes, including raping and torturing innocent civilians.
National Bank. They hope to use the money.
It's 18, if this kid was 18, you could raise it to 21, that would make a difference. Background checks, the red flag laws. If you see somebody in your orbit who is suicidal or something, you can go to law enforcement and make it impossible for them to get guns. There are a whole series of things. Somebody made the point, I think it was my colleague Nick Kristof, that if I lose my phone and you pick it up, it's basically useless to you because you don't have my code. Why can't guns be like that? And so there's a whole series of things that can be done that are just normal because we do them for cars. Yeah. But we have to somehow stop this from being the culture war issue, because then it's just hopeless.
But my sense, Jonathan, is that even moderate Republicans, many of them are resistant to doing even these modest steps.
Right. I'm sorry, Judy.
No, that David just outlined.
Right, and I have no explanation for it. I seriously don't understand. What about a 48-hour waiting period, or for someone 18 years old, parental consent? They're willing to put those restrictions on young women who are seeking reproductive care. Why not do the same thing for anybody wanting to buy an assault rifle, an AR-15, a weapon of war? Seriously, I don't understand how many more babies are going to have to be killed, slaughtered in classrooms before Congress does something, before moderate Republicans come out and say, this is not what we're for, before NRA members, who we keep hearing, vast majority of them are very nuanced, they understand what's going on, and yet their leadership is doing something completely different. I would love it for somebody at the NRA convention happening right now as we're speaking, were to rise up and say, this is not who we are. But that's not going to happen.
But you think something could happen. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, there are majorities, and I do think public opinion, like as you say, public opinion is overwhelmingly in one direction. I just have to hope that something can be done.
We have to have hope. We have to have hope. We mentioned former President Trump. In many ways, he was not on the ballot, but his choices were on the ballot, Jonathan, and some more of these primary races this week. And we saw several of the people he endorsed not win. Now, there's still some out there running who very much have the Trump imprimatur. But what is this? Does this say that maybe there's a weakening of his influence? What do you see?
I think it depends on the state. It depends on the jurisdiction. I mean, David Perdue got stomped by more than 50 points by Brian Kemp, someone who Trump was desperate to knock out. Didn't happen. Brad Raffensperger, another person, survived the challenge. But, you can look back at J.D. Vance, who Trump swooped in at the last minute and put him over, or Mastriano in Pennsylvania. To me, the bigger issue is not which Trump-endorsed candidate wins and which one loses, how many. To me, it's how far is the person who wasn't endorsed by Trump, policy-wise, how far is that person away from Trump? And to me, Trumpism, with Trump or without Trump, is here. And so, great, Brad Raffensperger beat out the Trump-endorsed candidate, but I don't think there's a whole lot of daylight between Trump and Raffensperger on anything else that goes, beyond the big lie. To me, is the big concerning issue.
Excuse me. Is there much distance?
No. I mean, Trump was Trump because in 2016, the Republican elite was over here, and the Republican voters were over here. And Trump somehow noticed this and said, I'll be over here. Thank you very much. The Republican elite is now over here. And this is what normally happens in American history, that you get a third-party candidate or some new force, and then one of the parties co-opts it. And that's sort of what's happened. So I think that makes Trump actually weaker, because now there are Trumpists everywhere. And so he doesn't have the one unique lane that he had in 2016. I also do think it's a sign in Georgia when you get the governor, lieutenant governor, and the secretary of state, all Republicans, all standing up to Trump together with a lot of the other Republicans in the state of Georgia. It shows that if you combine together to stand up to Trump, you can beat him. And I think it also shows that January 6th, this was really about January 6th more than all the other primaries. And it could be a sign that the big lie is not a winner, just not something Republicans want to go to the mat for anymore.
Could be. A number of them are maybe changing their mind, but a number of them are saying, I don't want to talk about it, but neither are they saying that there weren't any problems in 2020.
Right, and that's a problem. That's an issue. And as I've said before, I'm hard-pressed to tell you what any of these Republicans running for office, what they're for, beyond their position on the big lie, whether they're for it or against it. And when it comes to Mastriano, the gubernatorial candidate in Pennsylvania, if he wins, the big lie is going to be front and center come 2024 because he, as governor, appoints a Secretary of State. And we have then we would have a major electoral state that could mess up a peaceful transfer of power.
No matter what, we're going to end, as David said, on a hopeful note. Going to do that no matter what.
Rabbit out of the hat.
David Brooks, Jonathan Capehart, thank you both.
Thank you.
As we've been reporting, 21 people died in Uvalde, Texas this week in the shooting at Robb Elementary. We want to take a moment now to remember those 19 children and 2 teachers, the lives they led and the legacies they leave behind. 10-year-old Xavier Lopez was an honor roll student who never shied away from a camera. His mother, Felicia, told reporters he could not wait to start middle school. That smile I will never forget, she said. It would always cheer anyone up. 48-year-old Irma Garcia was a 4th grade teacher at Robb Elementary, where she taught for 23 years. She had previously won the school's Teacher of the Year award. Her husband of 24 years, Joe, died of a heart attack just 2 days after the shooting. Their nephew, John, told reporters, "I'm really in shock right now." 9-year-old Eliana Garcia was outgoing and loved to sing. Her aunt Syria, a middle school teacher in Uvalde, spoke about her niece.
She was very happy and very outgoing. Loved to dance and sing and play sports. She was big into family, enjoyed being with the family.
McKenna Lee Elrod was a natural leader and loved tumbling. Her aunt Allison said, "Words cannot express the pain my sister and our family are going through. I know in the coming weeks, my sister is going to be overcome with so much." McKenna was 10 years old. Amory Jo Garza loved being a big sister and had just gotten a phone for her 10th birthday. Her family said she was killed trying to call 911. Her father wrote on Facebook, "I would do anything to have you back. Visit me in my dreams anytime." Cousins, 10-year-old Annabelle Rodriguez and 9-year-old Jacqueline Cazares were in the same class at Robb Elementary. Their aunt Polly posted to Facebook, "My beautiful angels, at least you are together. Our hearts are broken in a million pieces. We love you." 4th grade teacher Eva Morales, 44, had an expertise in special education. One parent said she will never forget how Eva went above and beyond for her daughter Gabby, who has Down syndrome.
It was more than anybody else has ever poured into my child, and I've just never seen anyone quite so dedicated.
The family of 10-year-old Eliana Cruz Torres waited for hours for information about her whereabouts. She was to play her final softball game of the season, the day she died. Her aunt, Leandra, told reporters that Eliana had mixed emotions about the day. She didn't want softball to end. Fourth grader Tess Mata loved Ariana Grande and the Houston Astros. Her big sister Faith wrote on Facebook, "I'm angry because a coward took you from us. Sissy, I miss you so much. I just want to hold you and tell you how pretty you are." Tess was 10 years old. 8-year-old Uzia Garcia liked playing football and video games. His grandfather told reporters he was the sweetest little boy I had ever known. I'm not just saying that because he was my grandkid. 11-year-old Layla Salazar was fast, winning first place in several races at the school's field day. Her brother Nicholas spoke to reporters about his sister.
We're just glad that we gave her the best life we could while she was here. There was never a dull day with her.
Cousins Jace Luvanos and Jayla Nicole Silguero, both 10, were the babies of their family and had just mourned the loss of their grandfather. Their grandmother, Linda, said she told her daughter, "Just look at it as your daddy taking your baby with him." Hours before the shooting, Alexandria Rubio made the honor roll. Her mother wrote on Facebook that the 10-year-old also received the Good Citizen Award. "We told her we loved her and would pick her up after school. We had no idea this was goodbye." 10-year-old Jose Flores had also just received an award for making honor roll. His uncle, Christopher, told reporters Jose loved going to school. He was very smart. Alethea Ramirez was a kind and caring soul. When her good friend was killed in a car accident, the 10-year-old continued to send artwork to his family. Her friend's mother told reporters that shows how pure and kind her heart was. Nevaeh Bravo, also 10, could put a smile on anyone's face, according to her cousin. The family waited for hours to find out what happened to her. Her cousin told reporters, "We thought she was missing. It just feels like a nightmare we can't wake up from." Maita Rodriguez was 10 years old. Her family said she dreamed of going to Texas A&M to become a marine biologist. A family member wrote on Facebook, her mom wants everyone to know that her baby girl had a dream. Rogelio Torres, 10, was known as a very smart and loving child. His mother, Eva Dulia, remembered her son.
He was a loving person. That's all I can say. He loved us. He was the one that made me, all my kids make me happy, smile and everything, but I lost him.
And friends and family of 11-year-old Miranda Mathis remembers her as fun and spunky. Her older cousin Deanna wrote on Facebook, "My sweet baby cousin, we loved you dearly. I'm so sorry." And our hearts go out to the loved ones, to the families of all these innocent people. We are crying on the inside here. And for more on the horrific events in Uvalde this week, join moderator Yamiche Alcindor and her panel on a special edition of Washington Week. That's tonight on PBS. And tune into PBS News Weekend tomorrow and Sunday for the latest from Texas. Also tonight here on PBS, you can watch the latest episode of this season's Beyond the Canvas, hosted by Amna Nawaz. The show features interviews and profiles with some of the brightest stars in music, art, and more. Tonight's episode is called Art Innovated. Here's a sneak preview.
On Beyond the Canvas, we speak with artists who are true innovators in their fields.
I want to tell the past in order to project something for the future.
That's the point of the Korean Vegan, bringing people together over some really delicious food.
It's not South Asian classical music, it's living in its own world.
The legacy that I want people to embrace is Black Man Majesty.
The latest episode of Beyond the Canvas premieres tonight at 10:30 p.m. on most PBS stations. Check your local listings. And that's the News Hour for tonight. I'm Judy Woodruff. Join us online and again here on Monday evening. For all of us at the PBS News Hour, thank you Hug your loved ones. Please stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
moving our economy for 160 years. BNSF, the engine that connects us.
the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. For more than 50 years, advancing ideas and supporting institutions to promote a better world. At hewlett.org.
Supporting social entrepreneurs and their solutions to the world's most pressing problems. Skoll Foundation.
Yeah, got some blood and put it on herself, but she couldn't pretend that she was dead. Grandma said that. She saw her friend full of blood, and she got blood and put it on herself.
Uvalde residents are just beginning what is sadly a lifelong journey of dealing with the trauma of a massacre at their school. And unfortunately, they are not alone. In the past 2 weeks, there have been 19 mass shootings in this country, according to the Gun Violence Archive, including a shooting at a Tops grocery store in Buffalo, a flea market in Houston, a Taiwanese church in Laguna Woods, California, and at a memorial service in Cleveland. Here to help us understand how we can try and manage through all of this trauma is Dr. Kavita Patel, former Obama White House policy director and an MSNBC medical contributor. Let's start with the trauma to children. That story is horrific about this little girl smearing blood all over herself. How do we even explain that to other kids, and how do kids like that even come back from something like this?
Yeah, Joy, I think a couple of important points, and there are psychologists and psychiatrists and primary care doctors. We're all here to try to be supportive. But number one, actually acknowledge is completely normal. So this is normal. A normal reaction is actually to feel abnormal. And trying to hide things from your child, show that you're feeling some emotions, can be one of the most kind of harmful things because they're incredibly aware. I think the second is to quickly identify other symptoms that might be happening. Your child might not talk about it, or you might not talk about it, but you might have physical symptoms, problems sleeping, having problems with your memory, being able to do your daily activities, problems at school. Be on the lookout for that. And then everybody's been talking about self-care. I just want to say one, breaking it down to be very easy, Joy. It is so hard for us to try to take care of ourselves because we feel guilty. And I think that sometimes we feel like, well, it didn't happen to me, so how can I feel this bad? And we need to do the opposite. We have to actually try to find small things that can just manage, even if you don't feel like it, bring joy. And that includes with your children. And just remember that only people capable of loving this strongly can have this overwhelming amount of grief, and that that's normal.
And I've talked to friends who say that every time they see a child now, even if they don't have, it's not even their child, they start to burst into tears. I've been crying for a week. And we've had some really tough, meetings. Just our meetings, talking about doing the show, are really emotional now because, like you said, it's not happening to you, but how do we as a society cope with 2.5 years of constant trauma, mass shooting after mass shooting, 1 million people dead from COVID? I feel like we're kind of in a trauma wormhole right now.
We are, and we're not acknowledging how to deal with that trauma. And some people will say, oh, seek out help from a mental health professional. That's not sufficient. And Joy, honestly, we can't even get patients into psychological or psychiatric care if we need to imminently. So that's one piece of it. It's incredibly important to seek out professional help. But my fear is that most of us are not even getting to that stage where we realize we need it. And I think that's where self-care, and actually self-care involves caring for others. I think, in the throes of the early part of the pandemic, people were so isolated. I think people now are in communities, they're seeing each other, but they're probably more isolated than ever because of the trauma that you just expressed. And so be aware of others and your own symptoms as well.
How much, what if little kids ask, what happened to these little kids who look like them, who are their size, their age?
Yeah, so look, I'm not a child psychiatrist, so I actually, knowing that you might ask this, I went and sought out this information from colleagues who are experts in, unfortunately, Joy, exactly this. The number one thing that they say is to let them speak their words, not to put words in their mouth, but to actually let them describe. And you see children in Uvalde actually doing that. And then to actually then ask them questions and say, what does that make you think of? What does that make you feel? But not to expand beyond what they say, and to allow that space, and also to talk to teachers or any of the adults around them to make sure that they're doing the same and that they can model that behavior.
It's been a very difficult week, I think, for everybody. It's been difficult to read through the little, the biographies of these beautiful little children and, the grandmas in Buffalo. It's hard. People think of news people as sort of hardened, cynical people, and I am incredibly cynical when it comes to things like politics, but this stuff breaks you. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much for being here. That's tonight's Readout. All In with Chris Hayes starts now.
Jacob is heading to the University of Memphis, where he plans to study political science, something a little more uplifting to end your week. AC360 starts right now.
Good evening. Anderson is off tonight. I want to begin by reading you a line from the Active Shooter Training Manual for the state of Texas. It reads, quote, "Officers' first priority is to move in and confront the attacker." Now today, these 21 crosses speak louder than words can. That on Tuesday, at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, this first priority for every single law enforcement officer in the state did not come first. The awful truth, which was confirmed today, is that police officers waited to storm a classroom while children were hiding inside and calling 911 for help that would not come for as long as an hour. Now, we often hear police officers talk about split-second decisions. This time, the decision to go into a classroom and confront the shooter took 3,600 of those seconds, a full hour.
For the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now.
Money in batteries and wind farms and electric school buses. That way, Democratic politicians get fingertip control over the entire U.S. economy, and all of their friends get rich.
The head of the Texas Department of Public Safety now admits it was the wrong decision to delay confronting the shooter. Scared and frustrated parents were screaming at law enforcement officers outside of that school on Tuesday, and they were demanding to go in as they were hearing gunfire happen. Today, we learned a little girl inside that classroom called 911 several times, whispering to the dispatcher, "Please send police now." She said there are still children here alive. She was pleading for help on that telephone. Correspondent Brian Enton is joining us live from Uvalde tonight. Brian, Governor Greg Abbott said that he was misled early on in this investigation. He also says he is livid, and learning what we have learned in the last few hours, I think there are many that share that sentiment.
Good guy with a gun.
Ironically, that's the moral cosmology of a child, like a small kid who thinks about the world, good guys with guns and bad guys with guns. And that phrase and the sentiment behind it are now inescapable. I mean, it was obviously ridiculous back then, a ludicrous thing to say, and ludicrous now. It's simply not how a functioning society works. It's a Wild West state of nature in which conflicts are resolved only through violence and bloodshed. But it meant more guns, right? If you're Wayne LaPierre and you're solving at the board, they're sitting around, they're brainstorming like, oh, there's 20 murdered kids, guns, more guns? Maybe we just try to shoot the moon here. The notion that only a good guy with a gun can stop a bad guy with a gun is still, it's an organizing policy principle of the Republican Party. It is the mythos sold by the conservative movement for the last 10 years at least to justify constantly expanding access in every legislative session to guns, like Texas Governor Greg Abbott has done.
In 2016, even as demand has continued to increase. End quote. So you see where this is going. No more oil or gas for you. And that's why you can't afford to fill your tank. Instead, the Biden administration is demanding that states build wind turbines that sound good but unfortunately don't actually work. Last year we went to Texas to see this firsthand. Here's a clip from our documentary on the tragic buffoonery of wind power. With no chance of being approved near Malibu or Greenwich or in the mountains of Aspen, the development invariably happens
Loved. Jace was our baby, he said. Jace Louvanos, just 10 years old. More now on all that we learned today about the police response and shortcomings of it. CNN's Jason Carroll starts us off.
I was misled. I am livid about what happened.
Tonight, Texas Governor Greg Abbott aiming his ire at law enforcement.
My expectation is that the law enforcement leaders that are leading the investigations, which includes the Texas Rangers and the FBI, they get to the bottom of every fact with absolute certainty.
After damning new admissions from Texas authorities,
It was a wrong decision, period.
the incident commander making the decision not to immediately enter the classroom the gunman was in.
A decision was made that this was a barricaded subject situation. There was time to retrieve the keys and wait for a tactical team with the equipment to go ahead and breach the door and take on the subject at that point.
Officials explained how the shooter got into the school.
Where we knew the shooter entered, Ramos, was propped open by a teacher.
Investigators clarifying the timeline as police arrived.
The 3 initial police officers that arrived went directly to the door, and 2 received grazing wounds at that time from the suspect, while the door was closed. At 11:37, there was more gunfire. Another 16 rounds was fired at 11:37, 1 at 11:37, and 16 seconds, 11:38, 11:40, 11:44. At 11:51, a police sergeant and USB agents started to arrive. At 12:03, officers continued to arrive in the hallway, and there were as many as 19 officers at that time in that hallway.
Officers did not enter the room until a janitor provided keys.
They breached the door using keys that they're able to get from the janitor because both doors were locked. Though both of the classrooms that he shot into were locked when officers arrived. They killed the suspect at that time.
In that crucial time, survivors inside both classrooms made desperate calls to 911.
She identified herself and whispered she's in room 112. At 12:10, she called back, and room 12 advised her multiple dead. 12:13, again she called on the phone. Again at 12:16, she called back and said there was 8 to 9 students alive.
Minutes later, a student called.
Student child called back and was told to stay on the line and be very quiet. She told 911 that he shot the door at approximately 12:43 and 12:47. She asked 911 to please send the police now.
Alfred Garza says his daughter Amory may have been one of those students who tried to call 911. She was killed during the shooting.
Something's got to be done now. Where do we go from here? You were wrong. What do we do now? It's my question. What are we gonna do now?
The accountability you
were
talking
the
about.
Accountability. Somebody's got to be responsible.
Warning signs missed.
Then Ramos asked his sister to help him buy a gun. She flatly refused. That was in September of 21.
With social media group chats and posts as far back as last February offering red flags.
He had Instagram, a 4-group chat, and it was discussed that Ramos being a school shooter. That was on February 28th of 2022. On March 14th, and there was an Instagram posting by the subject, in quotations, 10 more days. A user replied, "Are you going to shoot up school or something?" The subject replied, "No, and stop asking dumb questions and you'll see."
It's unbelievable to hear the timeline as it's laid out. Jason, I want to come back.
Knows everybody. Therefore, everybody knows somebody who his decisions played a role in dying. And there does not appear really to be a lot of, shall we say, wiggle room or judgment room in this decision. I want to just read something from how the Texas Department of Public Safety teaches what to do in an active shooter situation. We don't care what agency you're from. You don't have to be a leader on the scene. Every officer lines up, stacks up, and goes and finds where those rounds are being fired out and keeps shooting until the subject is dead. And that simply did not happen. They stood there for 40 minutes outside of that door. It's pretty inexplicable, and then makes you sort of look forward and say, if all of this training, all of this money, all of these dead kids did not teach us a single thing, it should be you keep going in to save kids, and that didn't happen here.
And there is no ambiguity in the policies, right? Since Columbine, since Sandy Hook, the first ones on the scene, you go in. And those parents wanted to go in. And the reason this is so important and so critical is there were kids who were injured, who were not yet dead, who were trapped inside of that classroom for who knows how many minutes. And you spoke to a father of one of those kids. I don't even understand how they could process learning this today.
Yeah, it was Javier Chavez who we talked to. His daughter Jacqueline died. He had showed up here and begged police in those 40 minutes to be able to go in. This isn't Javier's daughter. I think we have a picture of Jacqueline coming up. And he begged police to let him go in. They said no. His daughter bled out at the hospital. She died at the hospital, which means that she was alive inside that classroom when paramedics finally got in. It means that trauma surgeons didn't have that golden hour, the 60 minutes after trauma, that they say is so important for you to get critical medical care. Your best chance of being saved is in those 60 minutes. And so he will have to live with the fact that he was standing outside being held back by police as his daughter died inside. And there's really no other way to talk about it. And I interviewed him. We talked at length yesterday about how angry he was and how much he wished he had been go in. And he said, you know, I said, is it incompetence or cowardice on the part of the police departments? And he said both. And it's really hard now to argue that point. And you can't imagine the grief of someone who's lost a child. You and I have interviewed way too many people who have, though. I don't even know how you then interview or how a parent goes on knowing that they were outside being held back while their child died.
No, you're trapped in it. You're trapped.
That's not what's happening. We wish it were what's happening because you could probably fix that. But that's what they're telling you is happening. And they're telling you that so you'll believe it. They want you to believe that the baby formula shortage isn't about supply, it's about pricing. Unfortunately, that's just not true. Here's NBC with the latest figures on the shortage.
The FDA telling NBC News it is concerned not having certain formulas available on shelves could pose life-threatening risks for infants. Mom Sydney Galvin says she's been grappling with the shortage for 2 months after their formula was recalled. How are you dealing?
I'm just... He joins me now. Obviously, you've got a vested interest here. You're running against Dan Patrick. He's one of the officials who's up on that stage with the governor, of course, with the attorney general, with the head of Texas's Department of Public Safety. And again, I don't, you know, the failures that happen on the ground in Uvalde, which become clearer and clearer, those aren't the direct responsibility of the governor, lieutenant governor. But I just, like, are people in Texas losing their minds over this revelation? Because it just seems to me, forget ideology, forget where you are in guts or anything. Like, how can this possibly be what is being presented to people?
First of all, Chris, thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you on what is really one of the darkest and most difficult days of our lives as Texans and me personally. You said something a minute ago, Chris, that I would like to challenge, which is that you say that it's really not Greg Abbott's fault or Dan Patrick's fault what happened in that school today. But I say that is wrong. You know, we had a terrible situation, mass murder in Santa Fe High School about 4 years ago. And we demanded that the legislature take steps to bring us sensible gun reform. And we insisted that if they did nothing, that it would happen again, that more children would die, and that they would have blood on their hands. And that is exactly what happened. And they do have blood on their hands. And we must hold these so-called leaders accountable, because this is so heartbreaking. You've heard the stories, Chris, about the teacher who held sobbing children in her arms. praying that they would be okay, and then making sure that they got out first, risking her life for those children. And yet Dan Patrick won't even risk his next primary for those children. No, the blame lands at Dan Patrick's feet, particularly Dan Patrick. He's the most powerful political leader in this state, but he did nothing.
There was a policy fork in the road, to your point, after that Santa Fe killing. And it wasn't like they did nothing. They did do something. There was, I think it's, am I right that it's $600 million in the total school public safety, $100 million earmarked specifically for hardening schools? Again, the sort of good guy with the guns, there's the SWAT team, Uvalde did the training. Like, there was a choice to do something. I just wonder if there's going to be a reckoning with the failure.
Oh, there'll be a reckoning. There'll be a reckoning, and it's not fair to say that they did anything. There was a recent audit, by the way. I mean, Dan Patrick ran into Fox News after Santa Fe and said we need to harden the targets. First of all, that's the wrong way to go. You don't harden the targets. These are schools. These need to be places of learning. We need safety. We need resource officers. We need counselors. We need to have a safe environment for those children. But even if you do harden the schools, which is his flawed policy, they did not. There was a recent audit that showed that more than half of the schools in the state have done nothing. And I think it's very clear to see